Aussie.
Hey, there we go. We're live. Ooh, and Abigail asking the big questions. Is tonight a party stream or a normal 8 to 10 stream? Fuck it, I'm up for a party stream. Wait, I need my phone. God damn it. In case AIDS tries to contact me. Ugh, I knew there was always going to be something to confuse me. I'll be back in una secundo. Okay, got a telephone. Okay. Party. Crispy Crimbo, Luke. So yes, I'm all up for party. Starting with one of my clarified cocktails that I happen to have sitting around. I think this is the overproof one. It's got several rather strong spirits in it, including the 75% alcohol rum I scored recently. So starting like I mean to carry on, basically. So who else is here? Abigail, Luke, Fox of Fate, Musical Aviator. Musical Aviator going to do Christmas lights drive around, so may not actually still be here. Maybe out doing a Christmas drive around. Oh, excellent. Abigail's got something you want to show. And hello, Holly on Facebook. And Sajuk, hello to you, sir. Cheers, one and all. Been making some Christmas drinks for the rest of the household. I made Mrs. Angry a bee's knees, which traditionally would be gin, honey syrup, and lemon juice. But because Mrs. Angry's having a bit of problem with heartburn, and citrus is bad for that because of how acidic it is, we tried an experiment which worked really well. This gin I scored on the weekend, Teddy and the Fox from Bellarine, has a really strong citrus note in it. And I thought, could probably get away with that without adding lemon juice. So literally made just that honey syrup, which I made just before, and got a bit of lemon peel and sort of squeezed that in. And so there's a bit, and it worked really well, made a really nice drink. Musical Aviator, will we stay and wait for Santa? That seems like a good idea. That seems like a jolly good idea for the jolly old fellow. Luke, back onto YouTube. Yes, that's where the cool kids are. No diss anyone else, but most people. And cheers, and hi, Linda on Facebook. I knew I shouldn't have said that, but anyway. So yes, little Christmas Eve livey stream, just for fun, for shits and giggles, as we say in the trade. What trade would that be, where you refer to shits and giggles? I'm not sure I want to put too much thought into that, honestly. Well, Fox, I could say one of two things. I could say you are cool, or I could say we're not limiting stuff to cool kids, given how uncool I am. Not really going to gatekeep the idea of anyone who's cool enough to be here. That's actually right, Abigail. Humphrey B. Bear. What a jolly old fellow is Humphrey. He gets in all manner of strife. He leads a very exciting life, and honey's his favourite fare, which is hardly so very surprising. He's a really amazing old bear. What a funny old fellow is Humphrey. Humphrey the fun-loving bear. See, this shit just gets stuck in your head from 40 years ago. Bloody hell. Nintendo Lunchbox, greetings to you in Vegas. Yes, so some jollity. I mean, people in various stages of course, in lots of Australia, you have a fair amount of freedom in what you do tonight. I have a fair amount of freedom, and I choose to spend it sitting at home because anything else is too stressful. Justin, you caught up with a friend you haven't seen in 15 years. Nice. Discovered they like weed. Why not? Yes, Nintendo Lunchbox. We could also see the Great Conjunction here. Although on the closest night, it was quite overcast here and in lots of Australia, I think. But the nights leading up to it, you could see the planets quite clearly, very bright in the sky. Annette, good evening. Nice to see you. And I tell you what, I have to thank you again for my Christmas present, Gaz Regan's stirring finger. This stirs way better than the spoons I'd been using. It's improved my stirring game. So thank you once more for Gaz Regan's spoon. Luke, join in by all means. Yes, Abigail, if you've got a Christmas party tomorrow, you've got to save the social spoons. Yes, kick back and relax this evening. Take it easy. Yes, no stress, no expectations, no demands. We're just chilling and taking it as it comes, essentially. So, thanks, Annette. Yes, well, I'll give you a counter Christmas present. We still got to go out for drinks in the new year. And see what is what. Yes, because I think we narrowed it down to 2 places I want to check. Justin, what's an angry Christmas like? Pretty fucking chill, man. We are just hanging out. My offspring have gone to the mum's side of the family where they're going to have shit tons of food and whatnot. And they are probably going to bring back a fucking truckload of food here that I can sit back and consume for the next couple of days. But yeah, me and Mrs. Angry and her lad are just chilling tonight. They're playing video games in the next room. I'm hanging with you fine people. Nintendo Lunchbox got a flask as a white elephant gift at work. You must seem like a drunk on the go. Yeah, because I rarely drink straight spirits. I suppose I could mix a little cocktail and put it in a flask. Yeah, I've never gotten into flasks. I reckon it's hilarious how much of an alcoholic they make you look. Like if you take a flask out of your pocket and it just makes you look like such a fucking alcoholic. I love it. But yes, having grown up in a big family where Christmas was a huge fucking thing and there was always lots of stress and lots of carry on and whatnot. And more often than not, there was some sort of drama over Christmas. I choose to be super fucking chill about both Christmas and New Year's. I don't like to put expectations on New Year's. Sometimes I'll go out to a party. I did go to like it must be close to 10 years ago. I went to this, New Year's Eve rave type party called the Trash Mask Ball. As Neil Gaiman and Amanda Palmer was there. I was going because I was a Neil Gaiman fan, and so paid a pretty penny to go into the VIP area and get some gifts and get to meet Neil Gaiman. Justin, is Christmas worth it? No. I bet. Look, I don't want to rain on someone's parade. If Christmas is a big deal to someone, you do you go for it. I'm not really a bar humbug type. It's just like, no, I am just going to be fucking chill and not too much. Although I noted it was funny, Mrs. Angry and I, these Christmas presents to each other, got a Nintendo Switch the new Zelda game for the Switch. Got some older ones, including Breath of the Wild, which I'll probably play again. And got her Assassin's Creed Valhalla for the PS4 because she's gotten into Assassin's Creed Odyssey and really enjoyed it. And I noted we've been good. We haven't opened the Christmas presents. I mean, I opened this as soon as I got it from Annette because I couldn't resist. But yeah, we got those things and we haven't unwrapped them. Abigail, one of your exes was at that party with Neil Gaiman. Ugh. There you go. There was a lot of people there. Some dude hit on me, so that was a highlight that someone thought I was worth hitting on. And sadly, he struck out. But he was there with someone. He was there with a girl. So I don't know what was going on there. Well, actually, I have a fair idea what was going on there. He struck out. I'm sure he got over it. Yes, Sajuk, the best attitude in life is as much as possible, live and let live. Let people do shit they want to do if they're not hurting someone else. Luke, your friend used to take alcohol to the football and then just buy a Coke mix away. Yeah, people got super inventive because you're not allowed to take alcohol into the football. My favorite one was probably people who got a syringe and because you could take fruit in, people would get a syringe and inject vodka into oranges so that they could cut them and they'd have like a screwdriver, vodka and orange juice. Just chop them up and nom, 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 nom. While I clearly enjoy a drink, and this one's out, so I must make another one. I was thinking of trying to get ahead of my video making and making a video tonight. I've been doing some experiments with coffee liqueur, and I don't like coffee, so I've been trying to get a thing I liked. Oh, I began looking for a unicorn. Yes, I mean, the stereotype is the unicorn is female, but yeah, maybe we wanted a one-off playmate for the three. So who knows, because I didn't pursue it. But like I said, not bad for the ego to realize, oh, and he was way younger. Like the pair of them were only in their 20s. I don't know if they wanted a daddy. See, that could have got weird. Maybe they wanted a daddy figure in there because although it was 10 years ago, I think I was a good 15 years older than them. Just at a guess, I reckon I was 15 years older than them, at least. Christ, I might have been 20 years older than them. But yes, I don't know. Maybe they're looking for a daddy figure. That could have got weird. Yeah, in a good way, bad way, who knows? But yes, as I said, it's not a thing I pursued, so it remains a mystery. So, yes. I'm not sure I wanted to be anyone's sexual plaything, so gave it a miss. Think I want to do a little taste of this coffee liqueur cocktail I've been making. Ugh. So I've been experimenting, and in all honesty, the experiment has gone in some very weird directions. In fact, I could safely call the first experiment a somewhat spectacular failure because the concoction turned into, it was like mud. It was just this sludge. All right, but I'm just going to have a little taste of this. I'm going to chill it. Put this back over here. I think Aids is going to score some coffee liqueur, or maybe just a sweet coffee cocktail concoction if I do a bunch more experiments and they all fail. So you can see I clarified it and it's gotten lighter, but still kind of Vegemite colored. It's not black coffee color. Like this is the coffee liqueur, and you can see it's black. It's black coffee. So you can see clear glass, absolutely opaque. It's very. This is Australian coffee liqueur, Mr. Black. It's making all sorts of waves online. Oh. Calling on the telephone. Hello.
Hello, mate. How you going?
Not bad. What are you up to?
I am first choice in Ashwood
Okay.
with my boyfriend
Yes.
as he looks at alcohol.
Okay.
A drug that I don't.
No, of course.
And I was going to ask, is there a one?
Yes. Probably running late. So I'll email you the link, and you'll probably be able to get on anytime.
Oh, fuck, great. I'll set it when I get back. Go get her Wellington. 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Shit for the family, and then I'll
Yeah.
I'll set up the iPad. Which
Yeah.
is brilliant. And,
Yeah.
And you'll see yet another studio.
Okay.
And then if there's one on Christmas/Boxing Day,
Yeah.
no, on Boxing Day,
Yeah.
or the day after, there'll be another studio.
Oh. Oh. Exciting times.
Exciting fucking time.
All right. Alrighty. So yeah, no need to rush because we're probably going late. But yeah, I assume we'll catch you later.
All right, bro.
Righty. Bye.
See ya.
So AZ's out doing late night last minute Christmas shopping, and he's probably going to join us later. I will just make sure he has the link, which will take me but a moment to orchestrate. There we go. There we go. That's done. You know what? I can go Angry Bunch. Safa in Regional Vic, hello. Nintendo Lunchbox want me to try. I'm going to try and do a totally fucked up. I might do a totally fucked up year in review. Very hard to pick what was the most fucked up thing this year. Now this still really smells like coffee. Like this stuff, the Mr. Black, full on smells and tastes like black coffee. It's not like what are the coffee liqueurs? They tend to be creamy. Like, was it Tia Maria? Not even that. What's the one everyone already always has? Oh God, my brain has just absolutely stopped working. Fantastic. So I'm sure someone's probably said it by now. I'm just looking it up. Kahlua. That's what I was trying to fucking think of. Yes, I knew someone would put it. Nintendo Lunchbox. I was trying to think of Kahlua. So it's not a creamy liqueur like Kahlua. It's fucking black coffee. And they brew it here in Australia. They ethically sourced coffee beans from various parts of the world. And they say because it's real coffee, you get a bit of sediment in the bottom, so you shake it up. Arabica, specialty grade hand-picked Arabica coffees. And they blend it with an Australian-made vodka, and you get this black coffee liqueur. It's not too sweet. Anyway, so you can see my clarifications worked a bit. It's gone from being black to this kind of amber, brown, Vegemite color. I don't know. Oh, that's worked taste-wise. It's weird because it really, really smells like coffee still. Much milder than here. So, okay, I've got to do a couple more experiments to fine-tune this then. All right. But I'm on the right track. See, this is the coffee drink for someone who doesn't like coffee. It has got that little bit of like laid on the palate the coffee bitterness, but not really over the top. And I made it quite sweet by adding creme de cacao. So I'm going to call this, when I perfect it, I've got to do a couple more experiments. Shit, maybe I'll do the experiments here. And might get to even taste them later tonight. I'm going to call it espresso mocha. Now I'm going to call it a mochaccino, Mr. Black mochaccino, because coffee and when you do this with milk, you get the whey in here. If you shake it, that actually gives you a foamy head. So that'd be the chino side. Yeah, I should do the experiments while we're here on the stream. Also, I should just go, you know what, fuck it, it's a party night. If anyone wants to join, I shall just put the link out there for anyone who wants to join in the fun and frivolity. So I got to decide. I reckon I want to do something that's a little twist on the flavor, and so, something that's like got a cinnamon type element to it. So the two things I'm going to experiment. This one has velvet falernum in it. Oh, it's good. It's actually pretty good. This one has velvet falernum in it. And I also want to experiment with pimento dram, which is an allspice liqueur. Tastes like cinnamon and allspices. Fox, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, I'm good.
Good to see you, man.
Yep.
I just thought, it's Christmas Eve. We can party on while we wait for Santa. Safa, Starbucks is not super popular in Australia. I think they do okay, but we had an established coffee culture here before Starbucks, whereas American coffee was that, again, some people like it, but it's that drip filter stuff. Like they put a pot of boiling water. Well, no, they put the pot under the thing and then they pour boiling water in the top and it slowly filters through the coffee grounds and drips into the jug, which is sitting on a hot plate, which tends to, I'm reliably informed, burn the coffee, which makes it even more bitter than coffee usually fucking is, I assume. But America, that was America's coffee. And so when Starbucks started doing shit, Americans were all wowed. Yes, Nintendo Lunchbox, the US sells coffee as if it hates coffee. But I don't know, because of our post-World War II Italian migrants, we had a pretty serious coffee culture happening. Melbourne's renowned for it, but Sydney had it too, and the other capitals as well, really. But so we had that Italian-influenced coffee culture. And so when Starbucks came here, it's like, so that's kind of like more expensive and less good? Okay, sure. Ooh, Commander Abigail joining.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello. Oh,
we're all
hello there.
here. Well, three of us here. I don't know why I suddenly said we're all here because there's three of us though. That's good. That's good. Yeah, Safa, I'm a hot chocolate drinker too. I've gone on because I found a smaller bottle. They had like one size bottle, like 700 mils. I was like, $60, and I'm not going to like it. And then I found there's one place was smelling. There's 500 mils, so it's a bit smaller and it's cheaper. And so I just said to Aidsy, I'm going to do some experiments and then I'll give you a Christmas present of an opened coffee liqueur because I'm really generous like that. Nintendo Lunchbox, yes. If you prefer tea, that's the colonial mindset has got a hold of you. You haven't thrown off the shackles of England.
I don't like coffee, but I make really good coffee. That's
Okay.
the curse I have.
All right. You
I mean-
make it for guests. Yeah.
Yes. I'm a tea drinker,
Yeah, I'm
filthy
hot
colonial tea drinker.
Yeah, hot chocolate or maybe tea. Certainly not coffee. Last time I bought coffee was, like 20 years ago when I was dating. I thought, hey, I might want to invite someone in for coffee, so I should actually have some
Have coffee just in case. Yes.
in case that's what they were doing. And yeah, if you
Suffer
want to come into
then, not then. Then is a comparison. Then is a point in time.
I even missed that. Oh yeah,
Russians probably
than.
drink more tea than the British. Plus, there's more Russians than British, so
sheerly in terms of volume, you'd think so. Per capita too, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, Russia does have that very big tea culture with the samovar and whatnot. So there's a different sort of tea culture, I think, in
yes.
Russia as opposed to England.
Now, I promised you that I had something I wanted to show you, Angry.
Yeah.
So I'll just go get it. So a long time ago in another life, I was engaged to be married, right?
Yes.
And one side of my family is filthy rich.
Ooh, cool.
I think my mic just bugged out. Hang on.
No, we need.
No, it's working from our perspective. Didn't notice anything different.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. Anyway, so one of my aunts from that side of the family came to the engagement party and gave me a gift. I'm just turning the light on for clarity.
Oh, okay.
This is a box of.
Ooh.
It's Bohemia Crystal. Oh, wow.
Oxford whiskey set. And
man,
it's never been used until today.
Ooh.
Until today. So
Canter,
it
tumblers.
is tumblers. Now you'll notice there's a tumbler missing.
Yeah.
That's this one, which is about to be filled with some
That's what you want to christen it with.
some whiskey.
Yeah.
Which nice.
Let's do it. I'm getting mine.
Let's do it. So yeah.
I made
My
some
may not
honey
be
syrup earlier,
So I have no idea. I have no idea what to do with this decanter because I don't drink enough to fill it's a beautiful decanter.
It is.
Well, first decant something,
but
and then you can decant.
I don't know what to put in it, how to use it, or I mean, I know how to use it, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's literally been sitting in the box for over 10 years.
Dang.
Yeah.
All right.
Never used until tonight.
Let's do it. I got some honey syrup I made earlier, so I'm going to make an old fashioned.
So, I'm just going to have this whiskey with some soda.
Oh yeah, bit of or room temperature with soda if that's your preference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it goes well with both soda and tonic, I think, but it does well with some soda.
A bit more because it's a party.
It's a party.
So, cheers, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers. I hadn't mixed my drink yet, so I held up my non-alcoholic mixer.
Like sort of vaguely sexual thing of me sucking the drink off Gatsby's finger. But... Cheers. Oh,
damn! That's
thought
good
that
whiskey.
honey syrup would go well with it.
You know what?
Yeah.
I already said cheers, and I can't put the drink down until I take a sip.
That is the rule. That is the rule.
That's the rule. Yep.
Chris, you survived to Christmas, my man. What the fuck is up indeed? Nice.
Yay for surviving.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, dude, if you're full of stories, I don't know if you're able to. I'm just going to put the link there again. No pressure, but if you're in the mood, by all means, Safa, you've been buying stuff. What have you been buying? Why do I have the feeling I'm going to get assholed tonight? But anyway, hey,
What have you got planned for tomorrow?
nothing. Fucking sleeping in. It's Christmas, and then maybe opening my present, which is a Nintendo Switch.
Because all your kids are grown up now, aren't they?
We do not have any non-adults in the house anymore. 18 and up.
My son is at my parents' place for Christmas.
Aha.
And I met up with my other son, who just turned 21 last week,
Right. Happy birthday.
and met him up for like a late dinner last night, and
Yeah.
hung out and had some drinks. And
Nice.
tonight I'm all by my merry lonesome.
Well, we're all joining in.
Naught but a-
Chris is going to join us.
Naught but a clingy cat to Chris.
Thank you.
Hello.
Chris, you can vote. And Slummoth, hello, you are sexy too. So, there you go.
Oh, Plymouth, I remember you from last night.
Yeah. Oh, Nintendo Lunchbox going, oh, good, I remember your kids in Angry Masks. That was like 12, 13 years ago.
Yeah.
So they were under 10 when we were doing that.
Wow.
They're now over 20. So
Now I feel old.
Mm. Oh god, the number of people who I meet, and they're adults, they're mid-20s or older, and it's like, I was watching you when I was 15, and it's like,
Oh my god.
Like,
And I meet them in person, and it's 10 years later, so they're 25 or late.
Yeah, I think I was 18 when I started watching you, and I'm 31 now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. So,
And then there's me. I started watching last year.
Brand
That's
new.
Earlier this year. Wait.
Yeah. That's what we want. We want to keep some old friends and make some new friends. That's what we want.
No, I
Keep
think
going.
it was early this year. No, it would have been last year because I was here for New Year's this year.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
Well, how about
this
that?
will be the second Christmas and New Year's that I spent with this group. Yay!
yay.
So, Chris, what's the mood in your part of the world at the moment?
Oh,
question.
it's calamity. So, do you want the good news? I'll give you some good news.
Give good news, man. Good news.
Good news is 1 million Americans have been vaccinated. There's 299 million left to go, but we started.
Yeah.
And we got
Yay.
both vaccines approved here, so that's good news.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But
Yeah.
bad news. Well, tens of thousands of people are dying. That's not going to stop until at least March. And then Trump outlefted the Democrats with stimulus checks, which is funny because Joe Biden went in behind them to be like with the Democrats until Democrats no stimulus checks, as little as possible. Stop. What are you doing? That's great. We can't do that. Then Trump comes out today and says, I'm vetoing your bill and I want $2,000. And now the Democrats are like, we always wanted that.
Yeah, but I thought that was funny because Pelosi and hi Sajuk, by the way. Pelosi went on record saying, "Yeah, I'm behind Trump, $2,000," which puts the Republicans in a real weird position because they didn't want to do it.
Yeah, and then the other thing that's going on the left side of everything is people are going at the squad, all the progressive senators because they won't force a vote for Medicare for all by withholding their vote for Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah,
and so, but they won't do it. They won't cross Mama Bear, and it's fucking infuriating. So that's funny.
yeah.
Like especially AOC, she ran. She's all like, "I'm a one-term senator. We're just gonna get Medicare for all. That's it. If I do nothing else, it doesn't matter." Now she's all like, "Well, if we wait 4 to 8 years, and then maybe we get some committee assignments," I'm just all like, ah. So that's terrible news. And then, but the good news is, I'm getting my enhanced driver's license next month. So when the border opens up, I can travel to Canada.
Nice.
You mean run away?
This is a good question from Nintendo Lunchbox. Do people who've had it, who have the antibodies, need a vaccine?
Yeah.
I think the answer short term is no, and possibly long term yes.
Yeah,
But
long term. Yeah,
there are people probably smarter than me.
Short term, no. but definitely
I
long
think
term.
if Grasshopper joins the channel, he'd be the person to ask that.
Yeah.
Now, this is back near the start of the crisis, the pandemic,
Yeah.
but I remember them saying that it would that the vaccine, at the very least, the antibodies would only last 3 months.
Yeah,
But
COVID
the
antibodies. don't
COVID
last
vaccine,
forever.
I've heard that the COVID vaccine works a lot differently to, other vaccines.
It attaches to an
So like an
RNA
RNA.
segment that attaches to COVID. So it doesn't matter
Yeah.
what version of coronavirus you get, which is great news for the United Kingdom, by the way, that the vaccine will work. And I mean, United Kingdom, what's going on over there? I'd be like, 28 days later, lock it down, get them all vaccinated, airdrop food, don't let them out.
Yeah. Something like
No,
that.
so it's been really
Oh.
good news so far about the new strains having basically working the same way.
Yeah.
Thank
same-
God, thank God. Because
Yeah.
that vaccine is a miracle, because what it does is it uses something that is attached to the virus, but not the virus itself, to stop us from getting the virus. That's a massive breakthrough in medical technology.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's been since 1990. This has been done. It attaches to the virus's RNA, so you've got the virus body, and on the virus body you've got the crowns of the coronavirus, which is why it's called a coronavirus. And then on the inside you open up, and there's like the RNA, and the RNA. So the virus goes to a cell. It attaches via an ACE receptor or ACE2 receptor. I'm not too sure. I'm not a micro person.
But you
And
are
then
right.
and then the virus. I don't know what happens next. I think it's not to scale, so the virus inserts itself into the cell and then it replicates itself within the cell, like all viruses do, and it replicates its RNA. And RNA is, of course, the DNA of the
Virus.
of the
Well,
virus.
RNA is just half of a DNA strand,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
a lot of viruses only use RNA. And there's RNA found in mitochondria as well. So
Very
you can
good.
have mitochondrial RNA as well as DNA. So
There you go. So I'm an
That's-
engineer. I'm
that-
not a biologist.
I learned that in the high school.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not a biologist either.
I didn't take high school biology.
I took high school
after year
biology.
nine. After year 9.
I took high school biology twice because my teacher
Oh.
was mad that I didn't read the entire novel that I was assigned as a reading assignment in a biology class. Figure that one out. But
I did biology in year 11, but not year 12.
and the biology teacher was a very certified football coach.
Ah.
So figure that out. But yep. Yeah, no, so I'm just happy the vaccine works, and they got to get 75% of those people vaccinated as quickly as possible. I would say I would send all the vaccines to the United Kingdom first, actually. There and then United States, and that does the two places that need them the most. And that's where the most COVID is. And then
Well, I
after
mean,
that,
most
Argentina
of
is pretty
Europe
bad, too.
needs it a lot.
Yep.
that is
Europe
true.
needs it too.
Europe needs it.
So basically, what they've planned here in Germany is that they're doing like all the elderly people and first frontline emergency COVID hospital workers first,
Yep.
and then they gradually doing it. The map, the time map, the I didn't need a word for that. Is until
Timeline?
December. Yeah, timeline is graded to December, so we'll still have a lockdown situation, restricted contact situation until December.
Yeah,
for
I
the most
know.
part.
Yeah.
I know that more than likely by June, a sizable amount of the American population will be vaccinated, but not enough to change anything. But that is when general population will start being vaccinated. They'll probably start having lotteries at first, is how they'll do it. But my mom could be vaccinated as early as next month because she is a care worker. So
People should be triaged, not lotteried. Like,
Yeah.
that's true.
I think it's a bit
That-
complicated.
Yeah, it should be triaged just like it is in Germany. I think a lot of the European countries are just doing that because you just have to be on a waiting list because that's how it
Yeah.
works, and I'm totally fine with that. I could be on that on a little bit higher up because I have asthma, of course.
I got chronic bronchitis,
Okay.
so if they do a triage approach, I'd be higher up. But if they do lottery, good Lord knows what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to go and see my doctor next year, and ask about that because
Yeah.
it's worth asking. You know, I think it's always worth asking your doctor if you can, without too much financial disadvantage, where you sit in
Yep.
that, and it's worth asking your GP or your
Doctor.
general practitioner or whatever you call it, allgemein Hausarzt or whatever.
We just
Um,
call them doctors.
Yeah, we have
Call them
very,
doctors here.
we
But
have very
yeah. Surprisingly, the vaccine will actually be free for Americans, which is I know
that's
like
good.
shit-freaking-
What? How?
I know.
What?
I know.
We are.
Hell is
What
frozen
timeline
over.
is this? Yeah,
The coronavirus timeline, unfortunately.
Yeah, I tell you what, though,
Coronavirus. Yeah.
I'm excited for New Year's. Like I'm going to the ocean. I got a hotel room with my girlfriend, and we're gonna go lock up in a hotel room. Thankfully, it's only 45 minutes away, but yeah.
Good,
sounds
good
good.
point, Nintendo Lunchbox. You can call the coronavirus free, but don't you dare call Joe Biden's wife a doctor.
That's pretty fucking true.
Oh my god.
Oh dear.
I love how like before he's even elected, he stopped the Democrats from pushing for bigger stimulus checks. Like, I already hate him. He's already
Yeah.
making me suffer.
I mean, did any of us expect to like him, though? I mean,
No.
I was under the impression it was a case of we just want him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
I
just
mean,
want Trump out.
Yeah.
I voted
this
third
point,
party.
okay.
I vote green. I don't deal with that party crap. If it's not a good candidate, I'm not voting for him.
But
That's how I've been my whole life.
Biden's supporters are cringe as fuck.
Oh my god,
Like-
it's so annoying on Twitter. Oh my
They
god.
post the most embarrassing shit about how he's the savior, and like, dude, he's a really fucking boring center right political hack.
Every time I see a
Yeah.
picture of him, I'm like, he's gonna die. Like he just doesn't look well, the poor guy. I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Does
It's
not
just
look
like-
very well.
No,
No.
I'm worried for him.
Okay.
I don't think I should feel that way about my country's leader. I shouldn't feel like genuinely
Yeah.
concerned for their health. That's probably not a good thing.
Yeah. I didn't think he would get the election actually, just by his. It was very surprising actually.
Mm.
COVID's the only reason. COVID's the only reason
Yes.
he won.
Yeah.
If things had gone normal, Trump would have fucking destroyed him.
Oh,
Yes.
so
But-
speaking of Biden being elected, did you guys hear about the some of the people that have been appointed to his cabinet? Do you know who's going to be in charge of transportation for the entire United States?
Oh yeah, Mayo.
Yeah.
Clinic.
South Bend,
Yeah,
Indiana,
Matt
who literally had the road so shitty that when I was driving to work at the TV station in South Bend, Indiana, when I was living there a couple years ago, I had my tire rip in half. I
Oh,
literally
good
had to
God.
get towed home because the roads were so fucking terrible.
Oh,
So
that's
I'm
terrible.
so happy that he's in charge of roads for the entire country.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone
So,
was like,
okay, you're on board experiment tonight, so you see, like that's black.
yeah.
And then
Mm.
add it to white, and that's probably
Oh,
going to look really.
what is that?
It's
What is
probably
that, Angry?
chocolate.
That's a coffee liqueur
Oh,
cocktail.
and you're adding what's the white stuff?
Milk.
Okay.
So I'm adding it to milk, and so now
Okay.
I've
Oh, we get to
he
see the
made a really
process.
gross Vegemite looking thing. Now I need to let that curdle and separate, and then I'm going to pour it through a filter, and the curds will actually filter it, and we'll get something that looks a bit more like this, but is hopefully a light. I like it when it's a lighter color.
I've never had Vegemite. Everyone said some people say it's terrible, some people say it's okay.
You have to
Other
do
one?
it very carefully.
Yes.
So I introduced my German colleagues at my former work to Vegemite, and we didn't have a toaster, so this is like partially ruined already.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have to your ratio of Vegemite to butter is like what 3-1 or something.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep, 3-1, and yeah, you need a toaster. But
Yeah,
we did
I
it
would-
without a toaster, and it was okay. I made it
Yeah, that's
okay.
usually what I get is I hear okay or terrible. Which
Yeah.
reminds me, is how do you guys feel about cantaloupe? I'm very like I'll eat it.
Is that rock melon?
Yeah, rock melon. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counts,
No,
okay.
I'm not a melon person, but rock melon in particular is freaking gross. Smells a bit like rotting garbage.
It's I gotta agree with you, Angry, but it's okay.
Yeah, because like
It's okay.
I was up at 2 a.m. last night, and I was thinking about because I'm crazy. I was thinking about this Simpsons episode where they're all in the bunker and the asteroid's about to hit, and
Yeah.
I think someone asks, "I never got to eat cantaloupe," and Krusty the Clown goes, "You're not missing much." And the asteroid hits.
Oh dear.
So
There's what was the show where Archer? They're always railing against how shit like honeydew melon is, and
Honeydew's
love
okay. Honeydew's all right. Honeydew's not bad.
Stuff's great.
It's not
Yeah.
okay. You know what? Honeydew gets an above average for me. Cantaloupe's definitely below that, but I wouldn't give cantaloupe bad.
I'm just not a melon
You're
person.
not a melon person. You like apples though?
Yeah, I like apples,
Apples are pretty decent.
but I don't even like watermelon. Like everyone likes watermelon.
I love you like watermelon.
I don't like watermelon.
What?
Too
Watermelon's
juicy.
okay. It's
It gets
I like
it's too
seedless.
messy.
Seedless
Yeah.
watermelon is okay. Seedless watermelon is okay.
That's what I eat seedless watermelon. I don't eat seeded watermelon.
No.
Have you ever seen those melon eating competitions?
Oh.
They're hilarious. The people somehow hoover up a whole thing of milk. They just go and they're extracting they've got these little quarters of melon and they're just going and somehow consuming it in this one stroke.
Well, I think it's pretty easy to do it because like all you have to do is just like somehow use your bottom row of teeth and you just go up.
Yeah, and you just got to swallow it, just
Yeah, I know.
straight down.
Well,
Yeah, I
since
don't
it's
have
mostly
the teeth
water,
for that.
you just compress it in your mouth
Yeah.
as you go along.
Yeah, I got
Mm.
American dental care, so it's going to take at least 3 to 6 years for me to be able to eat anything like that.
There you go.
Oh, I like the apples line, Nintendo Lunchbox. I got her number. How do you like them apples?
That's from Futurama.
Goodwill Hunting.
Oh no, the Futurama did that as well. Probably in reference to Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
Wow, good times.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
I went for a walk today with my girlfriend. We pushed our new kitty cat in the stroller. She got a new kitty, and so we're trying to train it to go with us where we go. Car ride, strollers, leash. We want it to be an active part of our life.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. That's
I
good.
just
That's
want
nice.
people to look into the stroller to see your baby and get
It's just
bit
a kitty.
freaked out.
Yeah.
Get a bit freaked out.
Speaking of
She had a sweater on.
kitties,
Kitty.
Kitty. Yeah, we put a
Someone
sweater on
wants
the cat
pets.
today. It was cold outside.
Mm.
Yeah.
Hello, Bella.
How cold is it outside where you are, Chris?
Oh boy, it's real cold. It was
Hello,
like
Bella.
50 degrees.
Say hello.
Okay.
I live in the Pacific Northwest by the ocean, so it doesn't get that cold. I'm from Indiana, so I know like
Right.
there it's like it snows like a foot a day, and it's hell on earth. Really, it's just frozen hell. It's
For
terrible.
those who don't know what freedom units is, it's 10 degrees Celsius.
10 degrees
Oh,
Celsius.
thank you.
Is that like
That's
40
cold.
degrees? 45 degrees?
And 45 degrees is 7.
Yeah.
I got the Google search.
All right, you got a
See?
converter. I've got a
See?
converter on my phone.
Hey,
yeah.
not half bad for an American, right?
That's not too bad. Here today.
I'm a big electric vehicle enthusiast, so half the reviews I watch are from Europe because
Yeah.
Europe's going all electric in like 10 years. So I constantly have to convert kilometers to miles.
Yeah. I have to do it routinely because I play in EVE Online Alliance, and my alliance is mostly American, and they
Mhm.
mostly quote
Oh,
freedom
I'm
units.
sorry. We're really the worst. I mean, if you could just avoid
Yeah.
us entirely, your lives would be a lot better, honestly.
Unfortunately, you can't.
No,
I know. I'm real sorry about that, guys.
that's all right.
Though.
It's 40 Fahrenheit in Las Vegas, which is about 4 Celsius.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's 8 degrees here in Berlin today. It's
Okay.
raining though.
Oh, you're in
Yeah.
Berlin? Wow.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
what's the weather here? Currently, let
It's
me
like-
have a look at my weather app.
That's like two cities trying to become one city. That's what that is.
Currently 15 degrees here.
Which is unseasonably
15.7.
cool for this time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
How-
I've noticed
Wait
up
again,
here it's a
15
bit cooler
degrees?
than
Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Celsius?
15.7 Celsius.
15 is pretty cool.
That's not too
It's,
warm.
For like end of December, yeah.
But as we know, climate change is not a thing,
mm,
right?
If it's cold, climate change is global warming. Yeah,
it's
that's interesting. You live in Berlin.
Hmm.
Have the two separate cities kind of fully combined
which
after
separate
like,
cities?
East
East
Berlin?
and
East and West.
Yeah.
Wow.
East
How's that? How's
The
that going?
naughty,
It's been 30 years.
the naughty's called. They want your question back.
Hey,
Jeez.
I'm watching my 90s back. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. It was 89 was when it fell. I'm only
Yeah.
30, so
That's true. Like we're like most of us here are like at that age where like we're probably born in around that time period during like perestroika and the reunification of basically East-West Germany. All right, so there's two answers, and well, there's one big answer, and I'll split them into two
Each
sub
more
answers.
complicated than the next.
So you have the state of Berlin, all right, and it comprises of former East and West Berlin, and it was in the 90s. It was reorganized back as a big state, as a state like Victoria. So it's a city state. There's 3 city states, of course, in Germany.
yeah.
So when it was put back together, there was a new tax surcharge called a solidarity Verschlag, and that's you paid it out through your taxes. It's like 70 euros or something, and it goes to help rebuild East Berlin as well as East Germany.
Yeah.
Now I'll get to East Germany in a second. So East Berlin has been largely redeveloped. There are parts though that are questionable.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard many things.
So you have if your people want to go to Google Maps and look up Berlin, because I'm going to do that right now. You'll see. Oh my god, I'm trying to get Google Maps and my internet is slow. All right, so I'd say so in Berlin there's a train ring, right?
Yeah.
It goes all right around the city. It looks like it's not a perfect ring, but it's a ring. And inside that ring it's relatively done up.
Oh,
Now
really?
to the northeast, you have Prenzlauer Berg, all the way around to Wedding. It's the beginning of Wedding. It's generally pretty nice. And that was former East. That whole area was former East. Wedding is former West, and Gesundbrunnen is partially former West and East. And they're not a very nice area, so they're still being done up. But they're part of the West, so something weird has gone on. Also, Kreuzberg and Neukölln and New Neukölln are also relatively run down, but they're like the Brooklyn area of Berlin.
Yeah.
And they're also quite run down. But they're being gentrified, and the city's city's population trying to fight that and all that.
Good old gentrification.
Now outside the ring, we go. I have never been to Weissensee, which is the northeast part, which goes out to Arnsfelder, which is just outside of Berlin. Marzahn is full of Nazis and Stalinist communists.
Yep.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Lichtenberg is also partially part of that. Some people don't want to move to Lichtenberg due to racism concerns. There are parts there that are quite racist.
Really, there's racists in the Nazi area.
If you look at that map, you go from Marzahn, you see Marzahn-Hellersdorf, you see Biesdorf, Köpenick, which is K-O umlaut P-E-N-I-C-K, all the way down to Adlershof. That is a renowned, questionable area for non-Germans, non-whites to live in, because it in Köpenick is the National Party of Germany. They reside in Köpenick. They've got the HQ there, and it's all relatively run down. It's quite a poor area. There are some people who buy houses. They make a nice villa out of it. It looks very nice in some parts. But it generally looks run down to the rest of Berlin. Now,
that is fascinating.
and there's a bit of wealth inequality going on because it's Berlin. Berlin is the poorest city of, well, one of the poorest cities of Central Western Europe, and the salaries reflect that. Like you might get an engineer's wage might be 55 in Berlin, you might get 75 in West Germany.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot about. Is that there's like wage discrepancies, and it's all kinds of different results in all kinds of different areas.
Now, the second part of my answer is, what about you? Because you want to also, maybe you might want to know about East Germany. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So East Germany, of course, in the old DDR, or German Democratic Republic, basically was a huge agrarian state. They had no heavy industry to start off with. In fact, all the industry they did have from the Third Reich was taken away by Stalin. So they had nothing. And Stalin didn't want to rebuild Berlin. They didn't want to rebuild the East. And so they just they had what they had. And then Stalin probably realized that things weren't going so well in the DDR, and people were leaving, and the Iron Curtain was put up, and he started helping rebuild DDR. With that, DDR was also quite loyal to the communists. Now, when the East was reunified, all these little town like communal operations that were being run for farming were then bought up by the West, by West companies, and they bought it up, and they did nothing. They sacked everyone, and they just left everything to fallow. And I think that's one of the biggest crimes was that Helmut Kohl did, was just leave everything, let unemployment just go skyrocket, and eventually his towns just depopulated, much like how, and people left. They came to Berlin, they went to Leipzig, they went to Hamburg, they went to wherever, Schwerin, Rostock, you name it, and all these little towns, they're quite run down, and I would say they're comparable with some Victorian country towns that are quite small. I've been to this like around my hometown of Traralgon. I'd say there are parts of Traralgon that remind me of East German towns, such as Oderberg, which is quite close to the Polish border near the Oder River, and they cut the youth clubs, they cut train networks, they left some roads to go absolutely shithouse. So it's like, as you said, with your problem with the car, and you would have a problem. There's not much of a autobahn going through that area. There is the number 11, but it's hard.
That's not fair. That's terrible. Those people are they're left to suffer after they suffer, and then they suffer. And it's like, what they do? They didn't do anything. And so that's probably why you have communists, Stalinists, really, because communism and Stalinism are two separate things entirely. And then you have Nazis, and that's why those political ideologies are still a thing because people are suffering.
Well, it's a reaction basically to the economic and social situation in the eastern parts. Like you'll see a lot of that AfD support that Alternative for Deutschland, which is a right-wing political group, far right in European scope. Of course, it's probably quite comparable to the right wing of the Liberal Party. They're very, very along the Polish border. They're very, very popular. In some parts of country in Saxony, they're quite popular. Saxony is, of course, a state of Germany, and it's also quite a conservative area just by itself. Without AfD, it was always voted for CDU once reunification happened. And so and so the economic situation hasn't really improved for a lot of these small towns. So people have to drive into Dresden or Leipzig or Cottbus, Frankfurt an der Oder, Berlin, or Brandenburg, Potsdam, you name it, and it's a long drive. And the people who can't drive, they're left with nothing. And
Yeah,
I think it's one of the biggest problems going on in Germany at the moment.
And it's so strange too, because a lot of people, at least in the States, we hear about the Autobahn, and because there's a lot of Nazi sympathizers in the right wing media. The Autobahn, it's amazing, it's wonderful, it's all over, but yet half the country doesn't even have any of that infrastructure. So what do you mean it's amazing and awesome? It's like there's this whole part of Germany that's not even represented in international media. It's just forgotten.
Exactly. Of course, the DDR maintained its Autobahn network, but it really did up. It was a train network that really tried to do up because public transport was a big thing. I don't know what was going on with public transport. I think it was either free or very, very low cost.
So the two good things about that the state capitalism, or that version of communism, and it's evident in North Korea still, is that public transportation and housing are really good. Everything else is horrible.
Well, I don't know if it was any good, but it was certainly you could live in it. It was livable in it.
Like it's livable, and you don't really pay much for those things. But everything else is terrible, and you can't get much food because they're blockaded most of the time by other countries.
Of course, you had the Soviet Union providing food for basically the whole of Brandenburg, which is the immediate area around Berlin, is a giant farm. Basically, it's like if the whole world could go to shit, and Berlin would still be fed, sort of. We might be a bit skinnier though, but I think it's probably one of the biggest things that aren't talked about. It's like a taboo subject. Is that the East Germans got a raw deal out of it, and 30 years on, it still kind of is reflected. Like there are some places it's just absolute shocking, and then there are some nice places too in East Germany. Don't get me wrong. I think East Germany is quite very pretty. Like Dresden, the city itself is actually a very pretty city. If you want to go walk around the old city, you can see from the Elbe, from all the bridges there, beautiful Gothic architecture, and it's very nice to look from afar. I've never actually got too close. I was there for a demo, it's for me, like, I love it because I grew up in the country. Traralgon is a very country town, and so I love getting out of Berlin on my bike and just riding around and seeing just countryside for kilometers.
In Europe is god.
Yeah.
Like infrastructure here for the States, it's pretty good, but oh man, I can't wait to visit Victoria. It's just 100 miles north, and it's Canada, and they got double-decker buses, and they got the best goddamn bike infrastructure on the West Coast, and I cannot wait to go there and do that. Just ride my little electric bike around. Oh, it'll be a joy. It's just interesting with East Germany. It's just people are scared to say that capitalism didn't fix their problems, and that people don't want to say that.
Yeah, that's there was some rhetoric going around that the East Germans didn't want to remove the system that they had. They just wanted to make it more democratic. And if that's true, well, Helmut Kohl didn't really give it to them.
Exactly.
He just gave them capitalism and a federal republic.
Yeah.
And
doesn't always work. That's why you have in our current world, we have nation states that can deliver some form of socialism that helps, like the Nordic countries. They help people. And then,
I wouldn't call it socialism, but yes, it's social. Or in German they call it a sozialer, a social
democracy.
It's social reforms. Reforms that are paid for using taxes that help make the general living of the populace, of the working class, quite a lot more better. But it's not socialism. It's not socialism.
It's the closest you can get to in our capitalistic world.
Yes. In German, they call it a soziale Wirtschaft. It's very important. Like nearly everyone says it because it's a very important point. Is that it's a social It's a social economy.
Yes.
That's what it is. But it's not socialism because, of course, socialism is when the workers own their workplaces,
Mhm.
and that's the core of it. Of course,
Yeah.
everything else stems from there. But yeah, but yeah, but there were. I don't know how much more I can answer your question regarding the East. It's
you've
just
already answered it. I mean, it's a great answer that you're not going to get in a lot of Western newspapers that are mainstream. They're just not going to talk about these problems.
well, and the other thing is, of course, the West. Some of the people in the West, especially in the conservative areas, will just say the East people have a chip on their shoulder
Yeah.
because they are spiteful and they just want to have the good things like West does, but they never work for it because they're lazy and they.
Yeah. Yes,
I get that.
They had their lives destroyed for nearly a century, but they're lazy.
Yeah, and I don't think they are lazy. They just
They had their
they-
lives destroyed for a century. You have to give these people a life. You can't just they don't know what it's like. They don't know how to function. They weren't
Yeah.
built. They didn't have their communities built to actually function in the way the rest of the world functions now.
yes,
just-
because they operated on a you go to work, you get to work at 8, and you have your lunch, you leave your work at 5, and no one's going to stop you, and that's you just walk out, and with you walk out of your job, and it happens here in Berlin too, even in the western parts.
Mhm.
People just and it shits some employers who come from America. They this is what will happen with Tesla Gigafactory out in Grünheide, which is near the new airport.
God, I hate Tesla.
They will Musk will quickly learn what Germans do when they hit the end of the day, and that is
Americans are treated like shit. Like in California, they're treated like shit. They can't unionize, they can't organize, they're forced to work 12-hour shifts. It's just fucking terrible. Like, I work at the places I work at, and I make good teams, and I make good friends, and we build something together. But if it's time for lunch, I'm taking an hour lunch. And if they say I don't get an hour lunch, well, then they can go find themselves a new fucking employee because I get my hour lunch every day.
yes, and that
And I show up when I'm supposed to show up, and I leave within 8 hours. Don't
Yeah.
like it? Tough.
it's a law that you have to have at least 30 minutes lunch if you have a full work day. If you break, like if the employer breaks it, they get fined massively, and if the employee breaks it, they can get promptly sacked from their job. But that's very rare. It takes quite a few official warnings, they call it, to get to that state, and then you have to get fired because the corporations, German corporations, take it very seriously with the Arbeitszeitverstoß. So that's what they call it. It's work time violation.
Yeah, in my understanding, I've burnt quite a few bridges because of that stuff. Because, I won't work for less than union rates, even though we can't unionize. I'm still going to charge you the union rate, and I get my lunch, and we do this, and we do. And the other thing too that this one place I worked for, they would have the camera people show up 12 hours before the show even started because that's when everybody showed up. And then we were supposed to help the other people do their jobs after we finished our entire production and packed all of our gear up. No, we're done.
Yeah.
We go home. Our job's finished. We're not trained to pack that shit up.
Because that's what you're contracted to do. You're contracted to do 8 hours per day. That's what you signed for.
And so what I did is, and they didn't like this, is when we packed our broadcast equipment up, we'd roll it over to all the cases and we'd all walk out. And then the boss says, "Oh, are you leaving?" And it was like, "Bye."
Yeah.
And they were all like, you're going to show up at 9 a.m., right? When's the show? 7? Oh, okay. Well, I already set up the day before, so I'll be there at 4.
Yeah, but for me, I don't do the straight black white 8-hour day because I think it might be because I come from Australia and we have a different work ethic in some industries. So, and I also worked in a lab for my PhD, and so I was pretty flexible with how much time I spent at work. But I have a flexible time account as well. So I just bank hours into that, and then I take time off when I need to.
exactly. So I also do that as well because then,
Mm.
you know, what I'm doing, you know, if we're getting prepared for a big event, everything does have to be working before the event happens. So sometimes you do have to pull some late hours, but we're, you know, by the end of the day, you know, there are these rules that we have in place, and if there's not something pressing, that we're not going to change these rules. It doesn't matter who you are or how much you're paying or what you're doing. So
Mm.
when we need to do things we do them, but you know, we're smart about it. Because I'm a manager, usually I'm running the project. I make sure there's time for that built into my schedule. Whereas
Yes.
employers are like, just keep working after your hours to figure it out. No, we put those into the day and we add some days and we charge you for those days. Why?
Yeah.
So if we break, we can fix them.
Yeah.
So,
And and that's good project management, you know, like it's you like I can't stand like you got to make people do overtime to fit your project timeline. Like no, you got to. So this might be a little bit boring, but like yeah, you got to manage you got to to be a good manager, you can't force people to work 12-hour days. It's just
Bad
crazy.
planning on your part is not a crisis on my part.
Exactly.
bingo, yeah. That's
I
right.
haven't said hello to Kirsten. I want to say Helly and hello to Kirsten, but also
Hello.
Jen Talk. I think you missed Kirsten. Made a very successful Bee's Knees tonight with the Teddy and the Fox gin with its citrus character. Mrs. Angry doesn't do like citrus juice at the moment because of heartburn problems. It's too acidic. And normally a Bee's Knees would be gin, lemon juice, and honey syrup. So I made some honey syrup from a special honey we got while we were away. Went to visit the beekeeper and got their fresh honey. Made honey syrup with that.
Nice.
And
that's nice.
yeah, because the Teddy and the Fox has such a strong citrus profile, I just did the gin, the honey syrup, and then some lemon peel and sort of squeezed it on top to get that hint in. And it was great. It was a big success.
That's good. I know I get heartburn if I get too much citrus in there, you know.
Yeah.
So that can be a real killer. You gotta plan your whole day to make sure you don't have too much red sauce or too much citrus.
Yeah.
Yeah, or too much spice if you're like me and love spicy stuff like chili and stuff. Yeah.
Have the spicy stuff for lunch and make sure you work into it with a bit of a salad and a big glass of water and you're good. No more spice for dinner.
Lots of fiber helps.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's a good question. Abigail's looking for anyone in Melbourne that has a pressure cooker they don't use. Not
Or
me.
anyone in Australia really that can ship it cheap. Or I'll pay obviously, but like,
Anywhere in
I'm
Australia.
looking for a pressure cooker. Does anyone have an old pressure cooker they don't
running out
use
of the
anymore?
Outback with the fucking pressure cooker on the back. We're coming.
I know my parents have one, but I think they use it for things. I love pressure cookers. I think the whole idea of them is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't have one here in Germany, but I think it would be
I'm a big
fantastic.
fan of microwave.
I'll be using it to sterilize things, not for cooking.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of microwave cooking.
Okay.
Seeing the photo on a kitchen fails lol list, someone didn't secure the lid of the pressure cooker right, and you can see it's shot up through the roof. Like it built up a shit ton of pressure, but then it's cracked, and the lid of the pressure cooker is fired up through the ceiling, and of course the food from it is just all the way up the walls and and you just like, you walk in on that and go, I'm just moving house now. That's fucked.
Yeah.
That happened to my aunt's mom. She got burned. She got third-degree burns because she didn't secure the lid of her pressure cooker.
Oh, if you were in the neighborhood of it, shit, yeah.
She was right next to it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, pressure cookers are great, but you got to pay attention, which is why I'm a big fan of microwave cooking, but you got to pay attention. You got to have a good microwave. You got to have the right dishes to cook in the microwave. Otherwise, it's all going to come out all mushy. You know, you got to have the right.
So I take it that's a no. No one has a pressure cooker.
No one's come forward with a pressure cooker.
No one's come forward, so I'll keep looking. I'll check it out on Gumtree.
You got to,
and then failing that, eBay.
I can't even buy one.
You got you're flying through space. I'm sure they got one in the whole universe, right?
But talk about microwave cooking things. I got surprised. Mrs. Angry picked up this thing. It's meant to be a bacon cooker for microwave. It's a plastic thing, and you put it in. And I thought this sounds stupid as hell. But you put bacon in it, and it comes out crisp. If you put it on for long enough, it comes out crispy, and it drains all the fat off it. It's fucking incredible.
You pay attention.
Oh.
You make dishes to cook in the microwave.
Kirsten, the VIP, has
Ooh.
one.
Mm.
Nice. Just tell me how much you want for it, and that'd be amazing. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Okay.
There you go, Abigail. There you go.
There we go.
You shall receive.
My mom's a professional cook, so we have all kinds of little like baking dishes and everything. We got this little orange one.
April, though.
Everything, anything, any pasta thing you want to put in the microwave instead of the oven, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Mm. I don't have an oven at the moment. I need a. I'm looking at just like a mini oven I'll buy
Oh.
from one of the retailer, Harvey Norman.
Kirsten, you
equivalents,
already
yeah.
have my undying love.
Yeah, you don't. Well, you know what
But is there any way I could get it sooner? Like if I paid for like some, for the like shipping and stuff like that. Otherwise, I'm happy to wait. But I can't. I need it to sterilize some stuff for my son's ants because he's keeping ants and he needs like to sterilize the soil that they use and
Wow.
so they don't get moldy. And
Okay.
Yep,
I
no,
want
that
to
makes
sterilize
sense.
some jars and stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
what's interesting. You see, that's the thing with ants. They're easy to get a hold of, but they're difficult to get rid of.
Well, he's trying to raise them. He's got queens
Uh-huh.
who have laid eggs, and he's trying to get more ants to appear in his various nests that he's got.
That's cool.
He's
And,
secretly
yeah,
building up an
one
ant
batch of
army.
soil has already gone moldy because you have to keep them hydrated,
Yes.
and he had to change the soil.
Yes.
So yeah, I told him, oh, I'm going to get a pressure cooker. I'm going to be using it for sterilizing stuff, and he's like, that would be perfect for my ants. So now I need it sooner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sterilizing dirt just sounds so funny.
I know. It's in the name. It's
Yeah.
dirty.
Talk about a fun Saturday night. What are you doing? I'm sterilizing dirt for my ants.
I'm sterilizing a bunch of dirt.
Yeah, good time, good time.
I wonder how. Yep. No, it can't be that bad. Yeah.
Yeah, no. You know what's funny is I like microwave cooking. I got a good microwave, but I also got a really good convection oven too. So you got a
Okay.
tool for the right job. So, but I wish I had one of those like combo like convection oven microwaves. That's what I really want. Then I can really.
Oh yeah.
They sound expensive just by combining the two names together.
But here's the thing, though. What you
Yeah.
buy it one time, it's done. You bought it. You don't have to worry about it anymore. It's great.
Anytime you combine the names of two appliances into one product, the price goes up.
Yeah, because you have to design a microwave to not leak out radiation, and then you have to have an oven that doesn't destroy the microwave part when it gets hot. Because microwaves don't get hot; they
No.
just emit a lot of energy.
They get to about what 150, 200 degrees. Like
Yeah.
they're not cold.
Oh, well, but
Depending
not
on
as
what
hot.
they're cooking. If you put like they don't get as hot as ovens.
Yeah,
But like if you put
Exactly.
like a cup of water in there and put it on for half an hour, it's going to get hot in there. It's going to get over 100 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know how some people, they have a game of they open the microwave door before it gets to zero. I'm going to beat the beeper. I don't do that. Ever since I read this story, the Parkes Radio Telescope near where I grew up, immortalized in the Australian movie The Dish, huge radio telescope. One of the scientists, I think she was American, because it's actually a really important thing that's in a sheep paddock in the middle of nowhere. She was looking at, they were getting this, because they're doing searching for alien life is one of the things they do, but there's lots of other things they measure. And every now and then there was this pulse of radiation being picked up by the dish, and it made no sense. And they're like, what the fuck? And of course it's, oh, fuck, what is it? And they started thinking, I think this is not natural. I think this is, of course. And they're like, oh fuck,
It's
what is
never
it?
little green men.
Kept searching.
Unfortunately.
And then one day she was actually looking at the readouts and it went beep just as one of her associates opened the microwave door without waiting for it to stop. That released enough radiation for the dish to pick it up. And it's not pointing at the friggin' microwave. It's up above the microwave pointing at the sky. But opening a microwave released enough radiation for the dish to pick it up and for it to register on the ports. So ever since I read that, I'm going, okay, this is probably being paranoid, but I am not opening the microwave. It's still going.
Probably being paranoid. I'm sure it's fine. I hit the stop button before it. It's
As I said, I'm more than willing to admit I'm probably being paranoid, but you know what? That doesn't hurt to stop the microwave before
The amount of radiation the microwave emits, from what I've heard, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll be happy to be
I
corrected,
probably will.
is very minimal. Your phone emits the exact same amount if you're standing in front of the microwave, and it's almost negligible.
I would say
And
like,
to answer Kirsten's question, Arecibo,
Yeah,
in
that's
Puerto
in South
Rico.
America, wasn't it?
yeah,
Arecibo, the giant
Yeah.
one,
that has been
radio telescope.
So
Yeah.
for the microwave radiation, it's about I reckon you're probably losing about microwaves have an output power that says on the box 1200 watts for your average microwave, and
Yep.
then it's probably losing 200 watts for conversion to microwave energy, and then most of that just bounces around in the box, and then as soon as you open the container, some radiation leaks out. Not much.
Yeah.
I don't think much would come out.
Almost negligible, as I've heard.
Like less than
Yeah.
Yeah.
0.5%.
The radio telescope picked it up.
It's highly
Yeah, but
angry. It's
but
a
those
highly
radio
sensitive.
telescopes are super
Yes.
Yeah.
ready to go.
They pick up the radio telescopes would pick up a banana, probably.
They would pick up a lot of stuff. So.
If the banana emitted microwave radiation, yes.
no.
It's radioactive.
Yeah,
Because I'm pretty sure that there's like it wouldn't. You wouldn't need to get much from like to pick it up. Because we use WLAN signals, Wi-Fi signals are somewhere around negative 40 dBm, and that's someone's got to divide that by 3 a lot, and that's like quite like microwatts, milliwatts, hundreds of microwatts. It's nothing. So
yeah.
so whatever comes out of a microwave is probably like 1 or 2 watts. It's like that's approaching like 20 dBm, I think. I don't know. I've forgotten. It's been a while since I've done RF work. But it's my new job soon, so I should know this.
Yeah, but
they get picked up really easily.
Yeah.
microwave communication is interesting to me. It always has been, because I work in TV, and so I gotta look up and live and push the button and turn the thing on, but pointing at the station button. But that's all I know. But I know that at least a few decades ago, microwave communication was the way they would communicate between cities after like a nuclear attack. That was like the most solid form of communication. But you have to have a big ass dish to actually be able to communicate with it, because it's
line of sight, isn't it?
It's line of sight.
It's line of sight, yeah.
And if you have enough big dishes, you can ping, pong, ping, ping to it. And once you get that thing locked in, I mean, it's like clear as
Vadan on Twitch.
It's Hi, Vatican.
Yeah.
just a little tiny little dish in the van, and just right in there. It's just so clear.
It's just unfortunate that it gets it attenuates quite rapidly with a lot of cloud cover and such.
Exactly. That's why we've moved to cell. But it's interesting to me now is that like cell communication is kind of getting now to where microwave communication was back in the 80s. So
Yeah, it's because it's getting clogged up with information, and the spectrum is getting crowded with everything.
Yeah,
like
they're gonna
lots of
have
mobile
to-
phones.
They're going to have to open up the wavelengths. They have to make some more airspace for cell data and everything.
Yes.
They're going to have to open it all up. But I'm just surprised with the reliability of it, because I remember back in the day, people were like, a lot of professionals, we would laugh at people doing live streams with cell data, and now we're all doing it with cell data.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I don't know about Australians because you guys have data limits. Like we have data limits here in Germany for 4G.
Sean,
But,
we're in America, all right? If we're using news, it's vital public and informational services. So you just plug the goddamn thing in, all right?
But yeah, I like but yeah, it's it can be quite stable. Like it's a good alternative to for the NBN when it fucks up.
Yeah, microwave
Um,
is you not get good cell communication. Microwave is good to get to a location that is uplink to everything good. So
Yeah, for point to point. Yeah,
way back.
yeah.
Sorry, I just noticed Musical Aviator had been talking about looking at Christmas lights. Apparently, everyone is, so there's a traffic jam. So it's fuck that, get on the beers time. So there you go.
I mean,
I'm going
I'm not.
to car onto the raceway because they got raceway lights this year. They just sit in the car, and then they scan your phone through the window, and then you go drive through the track and see all the cool lights.
Oh, cool.
To quote our man Dan, I won't be getting on the beers tonight. I'm reaching for something on the top shelf here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Actually, Starwood that he had, although it was the
Yeah,
tourney.
it was. I know.
As Kirsten was telling me, everyone at Starwood got super excited that they got that.
I
little bit
bet they did. Yeah.
So I'm test driving a cocktail that I plan to make for next week videos because I get to use something I picked up on the weekend. So it says a slow gin. It's really I don't know if anyone's heard of slow gin. A lot of people think it's SLOW. It's is it a slow distilled thing? Like no, it's SLOE, slow berries. It's a gin that's been infused with slow berries, which is an English berry which doesn't really grow in Australia. So this is Anther's version. It's cherry. It's fucking great. It's really good. So I'm gonna test drive a recipe. Oh god, I've lost my jigger somewhere.
Oh no.
This is
Oh dear.
Not the jigger.
where the
I've
jigger.
lost mine too, actually.
Oh dear.
I can't find mine.
All
Maybe
right.
under the desk. I can't see it.
This is called the Blackthorn, apparently. So it's a so it's an all booze one. It's all stirred. So I'm gonna go. So 45 mils of the slow gin, or the cherry gin in this case. Oh, that's right. This is what I was consulting with Kirsten before about which one of my gins is most like a London Dry. I actually I think it might be one of the Tiny Bear ones.
We were talking about that last night before.
Yeah, I was trying to work out which one of my gins was most like a London Dry. So it's not the the Australian Summer might be it.
Yeah.
How do they describe the Australian Summer? Juniper, floral, and wattle punch. The most unique creation yet. Subtle citrus. Drink with a tonic to bring out the botanicals. Don't think it is a dry. All right, I'm fuck it, man. I'm using one of my Navy strengths. We're going Navy strength. All right. So where's my Navy strength at? Oh, I'm working my way through this bottle. I've had it for months. Working my way through. Okay, so is that 30 mils? Yeah, 30 mils of gin, dry gin. And it's a party night, so why not go for the fucking nuclear option? And it's a mini.
Is 80 joining us tonight?
He said he was going to. Earlier, he was actually out shopping. So I said, look, we're just going tonight. We're just going. So when you find your way home. So I have emailed him the link. So there's a reasonable chance he will join us. I mean, all things being equal and that type of thing. Right.
Yep.
So bitters. Got some bitters. I got to put some vermouth in here. Get my sweet vermouth.
I'm gonna get myself a drink as well.
Vermouth or vermouth?
Sorry?
Vermouth or vermouth?
Vermouth. I'm just being silly. But yeah,
okay.
I heard someone saying that the name actually comes from wormwood.
Okay.
The original aromatized wines had wormwood, and it was in the various European languages. There was, wormwood, vermouth, and became vermouth. I don't know if that's
Okay.
true, but that's what I heard on YouTube today.
I am looking it up.
What's this?
I'm glad one
Vermouth.
of us is.
Oh, I'm just blissfully going on in ignorance, and Fox wants to fill me with actual facts. Okay. Cool.
But I
We're working off
Well,
YouTube
I'm-
and Reddit rumors.
I'm
would
doing
learn
planetary
myself.
surveys at the moment. I can't really check out
Ah.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, is that just the
I'll walk
share
away.
screen option, Abigail?
Sorry?
Is that just the share screen
No, I'm running
option?
through OBS just because I
Oh.
can.
Just because you can. You're going to have to
Yeah.
set up like OBS for me here at some point. But
OBS?
If you
or
want,
Streamlabs?
I'd be happy to.
Wait, so using OBS with that for your actual display through your video? Because-
Yeah, I've got a virtual camera as a plugin installed.
Okay.
So
Uh,
I've got the webcam plugged into OBS, and OBS is outputting to a virtual webcam, which is what StreamYard is picking up.
Okay, how do you set up that? What do you use for the virtual webcam? Is that like something I can just search up?
Yes, it is called Virtual Cam.
Oh, there you go. Free
on the
open
OBS
source.
plugin.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean it's a
okay.
plugin for OBS, so
Cool.
regular OBS
Yeah,
or
so-
Streamlabs OBS?
regular.
Okay.
That's
So
cool.
not slopes, okay.
again, Annette, this is so much better for stirring than the spoons I was using. Plus, I get to do that slightly kinky
We
thing.
lost
if-
Chris.
No.
Sad.
You might come back. All right. Now I've been chilling a glass. Chilled glass. Get my strainer.
There you go. Oh, it's even got an executable file. That's so easy. It's
It's even
criminally
got a what
easy.
now?
It's got an exe installer. It's
Oh, yeah.
criminally,
Oh, it is on that.
criminally easy to install this. So it's called OBS-Virtual Cam. That's
Okay, I'll take
it-
your word for it. It's been a while since I installed it.
Yeah. Oh, I can't put anything in the comments. So guys gonna have to find it yourself.
Yeah. I'm not sure. You could put it in the private chat for us, but
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'll just move over to the YouTube. It's just a GitHub
Alright.
link. That's all.
If you put it in the comments, it won't be a clickable link. But if you put it in the private chat, then I think I can copy it, and then it becomes a clickable link.
so
So
here is what I found on Vermouth from an etymology website.
Oh yeah,
Private
Hey,
chat.
white
Yeah,
wine
I-
flavored with aromatic herbs, 1806, from French vermouth, from German wormut. Yeah, there, wormwood.
Yeah.
Wormwood. There you go.
It's probably Vermouth, based on the limited
Chris is
German
back.
So you're
Vermouth.
probably correct.
Yeah, I
there,
think
because-
Welcome back.
I think it tends to get
Vermouth.
pronounced vermut, but
what's it
There you
called? What's the word?
Look in the private chat.
hey, Miguel,
Where
Yeah.
Vermouth?
Vermouth. It's Vermouth. They don't say the in German.
Yeah,
It's
Vermouth.
it's just th.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Also, I am
I got-
tipsy and
I
I
have some
know
fancy
very little
juice now.
German.
That's
Oh, but that's-
strawberry lemonade.
Oh, that's Old High German. So it might be a little different. Old High German's weird because it has its own
Oh, yeah.
accent. Like
The-
because you have High German, which is like the German I speak, and then Old High
Yep.
German is specifically to the south because that's where High German comes from.
Well, there is an old High German pronunciation mentioned, but Vermouth is the first one.
And then
Safa,
Yeah.
no, Abigail is playing Elite Dangerous.
Yes.
and
She's spaceships. She's in space. She's flying around. She's stopping people. That's what she's doing over there.
And
Oh,
I'm
there's
in
no one
opposite-
around where I am. I'm thousands of light years away from Earth.
I'm at the exact opposite end of history from Abigail. I'm playing Crusader Kings 3.
And I'm drinking strawberry lemonade. That's what I'm doing.
And what the fuck are you nerds talking about?
Nerd things.
Fucking
Nerds. all nerds.
the worst.
I love it. We're always nerding about something.
Mm. This is some good lemonade. Damn.
That's your poison for today. Lemonade.
Strawberry lemonade, or where I'm from in Indiana, pink lemonade.
I see.
Fancy.
It's,
No,
it's
for
either-
years.
See, okay, so lemonade in Australia means something completely different to lemonade in America.
Yeah.
Does it?
Oh, he-
we say lemonade, mean club soda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Lemonade in Australia is just lemon soda.
Oh,
mm,
there you
It's
go.
not even lemon flavored.
yeah, it's normally lemon flavored. But if you like, you can't like
No,
it's
it's not.
well.
Sometimes it's
if you
plain.
say-
Like
yeah, sometimes it's like it's a clear lemonade. Sometimes like if it's a lemon lemonade, it's like pub squash or something like that.
Yeah, if
Chris, w-
yeah.
Yeah.
the American
Chris would call it
version of
club soda.
lemonade we call squash, lemon squash.
Yeah.
yeah, what me and Abigail are thinking, Chris would call club soda.
Yeah, Australian lemonade, Americans call club soda, and what
But-
they call lemonade, we call lemon squash.
Yeah, so that's what it is.
Although
It's that,
For
but
me
it's,
saying it's not lemon flavored, I will drink juice soap from the lemon.
there you go.
And just like
I like juicing lemonades and lemons and limes and putting a squeeze of fresh juice in whatever soft
Oh,
drink,
yeah.
Pepsi Max, lemonade, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so where I'm from. It's called pink lemonade. But for so long, first off, I didn't know that. I didn't know until very recently that people called lemonade other things in other countries. But I didn't know that pink lemonade was strawberry lemonade. So for years, I was hunting for pink lemonade because as a kid, everyone called it pink lemonade. When I moved to the West Coast, I'm like, I can't find pink lemonade, and they're like, What is pink? You mean strawberry lemonade?
Does it have lemons in it though?
Lemonade, but it's pink.
Yeah. This is regular lemonade, just with lemons, and then there's some strawberry in it.
So it's like
Okay.
lemon squash with strawberry in it.
Yes, it's a good old lemonade and then some strawberry in it.
American lemonade tends to be very lemony, actually.
Oh, this is nice and tart, just the way I like it.
I forgot to put my bloody orange twist in my drink, but that's okay. I'll put it in now.
I had my organic root beer last night with dinner. It was fantastic.
Oh, nice.
So,
Mm.
Root beer. I mean, we call it
Sarsaparilla.
sarsaparilla, but
hey, there you go. It's good shit.
Oh, yeah, I've got some sarsaparilla over here. Yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
stand it.
I
Love
thought
the
I
song.
didn't like it, and I bought it just to see if I did, and I was remembering. And it's okay, but I couldn't drink a lot of it. I
Yeah, you
Remember-
don't want to drink a lot of it though. Just about an 8-ounce can or so. That's good enough. Any
Yeah.
more than that, it's overdoing.
yeah.
well, this bottle.
They
was
sell
like
a
one
lot of
day.
it at Quark's Bar on DS9.
Well, I drink one of these a day, so.
Speaking of Star Trek.
Yeah, but one
Speaking of
is
Star Trek.
one is good. I'd have trouble drinking more than one. Whereas
Yeah.
I can just you can just put a funnel of Pepsi Max into my mouth,
Ew.
and just keep pouring it down, and I will
Why
keep-
Pepsi Max? Why not regular Pepsi?
because I decided
This
I
doesn't
needed
have
to
sugar.
drink something that didn't have sugar in it.
Mm.
Back in the
I
day, like 20 years ago, I was drinking Jolt Cola because that was still a thing back then.
Oh my god, I abused the fuck out of Jolt
Wait.
Cola.
When I was younger, I used to drink, what was it? In the States, it was Volt, but everywhere else was Surge. There was that energy drink.
Oh, Surge.
It was
Yes.
that lemon lime energy drink soda, and I drink
Yeah.
like I used to do all nighters back in the day on Blog TV and stream, and I would just have like a pyramid of vaults I build up. Then one day I was trying to fall asleep and I felt my heart beating, and I'm like, I need to stop drinking those vaults.
Yeah. So there's a
your heart's bursting through your chest.
I'm like, I need to stop.
there is
drinking
a nerdcore hip hop artist by the name of Whitey Cracker who sang a song about Surge. He wanted to save it from oblivion
Mhm.
before it got shut down. But
I mean, it's
I don't know
still
if he'll-
a thing. It's still
Is
a
it?
thing. Yeah,
he might have.
here in the States, it's still a drink, kind of like I don't know if you guys have ever
I
heard
wish-
of Royal Crown Cola. That's also a thing. It's just they're hard to find. But you
Okay.
can find them. They're around.
I wish I could
Uh,
find Jolt Cola still.
Saf was asking a question, and I can answer this.
Jolt's also a
no,
thing around
roots,
here in
and
the US.
ginger, roots
Yeah.
and ginger beer are not the same thing. What Americans
No.
call root beer, we call
Radically
sarsaparilla.
Yes.
What we call ginger beer, I believe they call ginger ale,
Yes.
which is the non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
And what we call cloudy apple juice, they'd call apple cider.
Oh, I love apple cider.
But,
I like
but
it
when
too
we
much.
talk about apple cider, we mean the alcoholic kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we say apple cider, we just mean alcoholic apple cider.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
here
but-
we have alcoholic cider and non-alcoholic cider,
Mhm.
and I got like a 2.5, 3 gallon jug of Honeycrisp non-alcoholic cider. And about like 3 weeks after I bought it, I'm like, you know what? I think it's time for some good old apple cider. I drink that whole fucking thing in like 2 days.
Just
Right.
call it apple juice. That's what it is.
There's no
Yeah,
what it up.
non-alcoholic cider. It's just
Yeah.
apple juice.
Yeah. If
Yeah,
it's clear,
it tastes
no.
very different.
If it's clear and yellow, you've got juice there, fella. If it's tangy and brown, you're in cider town.
Yep. Simpsons reference.
Yeah.
Ned Flanders.
Yeah, the cider that I
Really
bought was
nice.
it's dark and it's brown. It's not clear.
Oh no, Kirsten brought the wrong washing liquid with bubbles. What did you put? Like sink dishwashing
Oh,
liquid
no.
in the dishwasher? That's a
No,
disaster. Yes.
that's bad. You better turn that off now.
Plus side, you have a clean kitchen floor with the amount of sanitation.
The clothes are probably clean too. Let's be real.
The whole kitchen's probably clean. The walls too.
Kirsten, I put the Anther cherry in a black
Oh,
slow gin, and with a twist of orange, it's fucking great. It's really
well, so for like a couple years recently, you could buy Jolt Cola at a dollar store here in the U.S. up until the very end of 2019. Then they stopped
Okay.
making it again. And then
okay.
Surge, Surge, you can still buy in a few places. Surge is still sold.
Ugh.
I heard someone
few
was
places.
trying to start Jolt Cola up. Like someone bought the rights and was going to start Jolt Cola up
Yeah,
again.
yeah. They did. It was for a few years here at Dollar General,
Okay.
States. And then they stopped selling it. And then there was Tab for a while that came back, and I mean, I'm sure it'll come back again. These colas, they have like a repeating thing in the States where they'll come back for a little bit and then go away and then come back. So they're never really truly gone.
Tab Cola gave us Elle Macpherson. That was her first big break as a model, being in a Tab Cola ad, I think in the 70s. So that was her first big break.
Taking me back here. Jesus Christ. That's a name I haven't heard in ages.
Mm. But yes, that Tab Cola gave us Elle Macpherson. So yeah,
You know,
like 20 years ago, the
wasn't-
7-Elevens here had Jolt Cola all the time, and I was just buying Jolt Cola non-stop and just fucking.
Oh,
chugging.
me too.
Hey, Angry,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm
Did I
know,
ever
wrong.
tell you the story of the 24-hour sci-fi movie marathon I went to when I was 18
Oh,
or 19 or
God.
so?
Oh god.
Not only did I drink a whole bunch of Jolt Cola during the 24 hours, but also the entire night before, and I didn't sleep for 48 hours.
Oh shit.
And I ended up drinking about 11 liters of Jolt Cola in that 48-hour period.
Oh
Crazy.
It
god.
was,
So yeah,
I would die now if I tried that.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of soda, you can buy Surge right now from Walmart.com in the States.
Oh,
there
cool.
You go. There you go.
And joltcola.com.au saying sales launching very soon in 2020.
That's
I guess
why it
not.
is. Someone in Australia bought the rights to do it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe COVID knocked their.
Oh, and their label has changed from twice to thrice the caffeine.
Oh fuck! Oh,
If you get your
Yes,
hands on that,
please add
send
me
it
to
us.
your mailing list.
yes, please.
But yeah, so
But
all
then-
these colas come back.
But now there's this. Coles has started stocking syrup for Pepsi products,
Mm.
so you can make it as
Yeah.
strong as you fucking want now. I mean,
Yeah,
and Mountain Dew as well.
I'm still doing it to
Mm.
proper strength, but you could make it as strong as you want.
Oh, that's some good news. Oh my God.
What,
Wow.
Chris?
2 COVID outbreaks have been linked to one person. That person will be dealing with severe fines.
Oh, they broke curfew or whatever.
Yeah, so out here on the West Coast,
So-
we do have stuff. But they knowingly went to work while sick, and then they tested positive
People.
virus. And so 2 separate outbreaks have been traced back to that person. That person will be forced to self-isolate for a month and will pay at least $10,000 in fines.
God
The
damn.
harshest fines
Yeah.
they've given to anybody.
God damn.
Pretty crazy.
So good news.
Yeah.
Jolt Cola Australia is still posting on their Facebook page
Okay.
as of like a week ago. So
Oh, so they're
it's
still planning.
It'll
it's
come out
coming.
soon.
It's happening. It's happening.
Yes. As Megaleech is saying, if I really miss Jolt Cola, I could just drink this syrup straight. And,
Yeah, no, actually, speaking of that, so like, I went to the World of Coca-Cola about 2.5 years ago in Atlanta, and first off, I cried of happiness as I love Coke. But secondly,
Oh,
my
you
husband
can
told her there
buy
too.
it.
But they had like Surge there, and they had like every soda you could ever imagine that wasn't Pepsi, just there at a fountain that you could just drink. So I had Vault and I had Surge, but they're the same drink, and I was like, oh my God. And then they had Coke, and you know what they have there, but they won't tell you they have it unless you go there. Is Coke
Yeah.
2.
they
They do have it there.
New Coke.
Yeah, they got the Coke that no one likes, but yet for some reason there was a line at that one. People were sipping on that Coke too. It was weird.
So as of 3 weeks ago, in South Australia, you can buy Jolt Cola at a couple of stores. Rest of
Oh.
Australia is coming soon.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe I should start a soda channel. Like,
I'm
you got your cocktail channel?
so
I'll do a soda
excited.
channel.
About Jolt Cola.
Definitely. There are so many sodas in the US. I used to have immense fun the times I've been there as I was traveling around. Anytime I went past like a convenience store or a service station or something, I'd go, I'm buying one thing I've never seen before.
And they have so many. Like, we have Mexican drinks, we have American drinks, we have Canadian, we have so many.
There are hundreds. And I could do it every single time. Go into a shop, they will have something I've never seen before, and I'm going to get it and try it. And
Yeah, there's this one drink that's still a pretty big thing in the northeast of the U.S., and that's it, called 50/50, and it's like a super carbonated lemon lime.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like Mountain Dew, nowhere near it's not like Sierra Mist. That's nowhere near as bubbly as this one, but it's.
Okay.
I remember back in the day, people would use it to mix with like bubbly alcoholic drinks. They'd use it for like seltzer water almost.
Oh, Kirsten, you think it might be the Bigfords group that bought the
Angry, check
Cola?
private chat.
Well, apparently it's still the same people who bought the rights to produce it here in Australia back in the 90s. And they've just kept it.
Yeah, sorry. And also to answer Fox, was Elle Macpherson the one in the Where the Bloody Hell Are You? No, that was someone 20 years younger than Elle Macpherson.
Mm.
That was Sophie something. She and in a massive
Sophie Monk.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, that's who I was thinking, but it wasn't Sophie Monk. But in a massive bit of shade, you know when Scummo fucked off when the country was on fire last year.
Who could forget?
She actually tweeted like a link to a thing like Scummo's holidaying in thing, and she actually tweeted a link to one of the articles saying he's in Hawaii with the quote, "Where the bloody hell are you?" And it was like, fuck yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Because that, a bit of background, Chris. Our current Prime Minister, Scotty from marketing, before he went into politics, was actually in marketing and was behind the Australian tourism campaign, "Where the bloody hell are you?" which was a terrible failure.
Person.
It actually
answer.
it lowered the number
Laura
of tourists
Bingle.
in Australia.
Lara Bingle, that was
Thank
her.
you,
Thank you,
Kirsten.
Kirsten. Yes, but she actually,
MVP.
one of the best bits of shade when everyone was saying Scotty from marketing is a piece of shit, and why the fuck is he in Hawaii while the country's on fire? And she actually did "Where the bloody hell are
Yeah, that
you?"
was a pretty big news story out here. Is most of the major media outlets, even in the States, even the Murdoch media, they were like, "Why is this guy not in his? What the hell's going on?" And they had like the firefighters that were like all pissed off, like, "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping us? What the hell's going on?" That was headline news here. People were
And in
pissed here
something-
about that.
And in something that will not surprise anyone, he's gone on another holiday.
Yeah,
Oh
Yeah,
my
of
God!
course.
If I could go on holiday as much as this guy, you know.
yeah. Doesn't go on quite as many holidays as Trump, but you know,
I tell you what, Scotty from marketing has done such a good job in marketing Australia to me that I can't wait to visit New Zealand.
yeah.
He's done such a good job of marketing my home country. I want to move to New Zealand.
I
But,
mean, everyone wants to move to New Zealand. It's a fantastic
Yeah, let's
country,
be real.
and they always need more people.
There was
No, they
when
don't.
when people first started calling him Scotty from marketing, a journo actually put it to him, like everyone on Twitter's calling you Scotty from marketing, and he said something about it being hurtful. I'm like, yeah, that's why we're doing it, dude. We fucking hate you. We fucking hate you. And
Yeah.
It's pretty bad when it's like
different.
people call you your last job title, and you're like, "That's hurtful because you did such a bad job at marketing."
And because it's a throwaway line, like, because the way everyone was using it is because it's the great thing. If you've ever worked in a corporation, someone from marketing starts bothering you, you're like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, fuck off."
Oh my God, I had that.
Somebody from marketing's coming to me with ideas. Jesus, get rid of him.
Yeah, you want to know the funniest thing is so I did basketball games for my college that I graduated from, PCC. I have a letter here, so that's what they look like. That's the logo. Anyway, so I was doing basketball coverage for them, and the school color is blue. It's blue. It's blue. It's blue. And somebody got a hold of me from their like marketing TV department, and they're like, "Look, can you change that shade of blue to dark navy?" And I'm all like, I have a color
black.
chart here. This is blue. If there is a different blue you can send me, please send me it. No, we can't send you the color blue. Can you please just select that in your computer? And I'm like, I don't have a preset for dark navy. I'm sorry, I don't have that. It's like, well, does it match the uniforms? The uniforms are white. So what I did is I changed the color to white, and then they shut up.
Fair.
So I used
Dark
the wrong
navy
color,
is
and then
basically
they shut up.
black.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know, right? But their blue isn't black. It's clearly blue. So it's just like dark navy. What the fuck do you mean dark navy? Like, what is a bad like sci-fi novel? The dark navy's coming after me. What the?
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
I like the
I'm
sound
going to have
of
to steal that.
The dark
I'm
navy.
stealing that.
Well, that's Section 31 with their black com
Yes.
badges.
Yes. I have to admit, I still love in Disco Star Trek Discovery when they're doing the jump in the Discovery.
Black alert.
Code black alert. Yes, black alert. Then
Yeah.
and off they go. I still really like that because it's just so different to anything they've done before, and just like all things black
Well,
alert.
Voyager had blue alert for when they landed on a planet.
Blue alert. Yeah. Wow. You know what's
So-
nice and calming
It's similar.
is red alert. If you ever see red alert, you just calm down. Everything's
Yeah.
fine. I was in a dollar store earlier. We were getting cards for people for the holiday, and someone's phone alarm went off, but it was that like nuclear bomb alarm. And
Oh Jesus!
and I'm just all like, "Code red, everybody!
My God.
The
Was it-
COVID's here! COVID's right here! Corona's right here!" And it was actually a stack of Coronas.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Oh man, my
Yeah,
girlfriend
I've
was
never
so
heard that joke
embarrassed.
before.
She was so embarrassed. She's like, "Will you stop it?"
Hey, Chris, I'm surprised your girlfriend isn't your ex after that.
Chris and his prank.
She was laughing pretty hard. So
That's
I
a
do-
good sign. That's a good
I
sign.
do bad jokes. I will be the first to admit that.
yeah. No, she was.
That was bad for me.
Well, well, on the way there, she gave me a few bad bear puns, so I had to find something to do.
Eggnog. What
Hey,
goes
Chris, what were her puns
What the hell
unbearable?
is eggnog?
Eggnog is basically custard, and if it's alcoholic, it's custard with
It's-
brandy. or-
Eggnog is shit.
Right.
What you do is you get a thing, you open it up, and it's just pure shit that you drink. It's disgusting.
I made an eggnog drink for Mrs. Angry and Lad, and I said, we'll put a flavor in it. I can do rum or cognac, or I've got fruit liqueurs, and we settled on minty. So I did and this is literally just supermarket eggnog. So with creme de menthe and some creme de cacao, so mint and chocolate, shaky, shaky, shaky with ice so it foams up like a milkshake. It was fucking great. Because it didn't taste like supermarket eggnog anymore. It was like this.
So,
minty
Does it have egg in it?
Yes. It's like egg custard. Yeah.
Ew.
Eggnog is like egg custard. And traditionally, the alcoholic version has either rum or brandy in it.
It has a shitload of alcohol in it, so you don't taste that egg.
Yeah, exactly. Kirsten's production team brought Coronas out for Christmas drinks. Bad
Here.
taste Christmas drinks. There you
Have a
go.
Corona on me. Have some Corona, everybody.
And I also love that we had the drink for the SARS outbreak. There was the Japanese sarsaparilla drink that was just called SARS.
Yep.
We had that at my grade 7 graduation, and I avoided that sarsaparilla because of the name,
Have some
and it
sauce.
was happening
Come
that,
on.
and it was happening that year. The outbreak was happening that year, so.
Yeah.
I would have
I'm
drunk it for the lols.
I look back at it now and I'm like, why did I not? Sarsaparilla is my favorite drink, along with vanilla Coke.
I am grateful that SARS didn't become as big of a pandemic as coronavirus, because that would have sucked.
Mm.
It has not though,
custard.
because the full name of coronavirus, and again,
No,
correct me if I'm wrong,
I
It's
know it's
SARS.
SARS-CoV-2. I know it's a different virus.
yes,
So it's a different.
it is related.
I'm talking about SARS-1. Okay,
Yeah,
Well,
because
we're in SARS-2, Electric Boogaloo.
SARS-2 Electric Boogaloo, the sequel no one asked for. Yeah.
Exactly.
Someone
Nobody
asked for
wanted it,
sequels.
but they brought it back for you because you deserved it.
Yeah. On some terrible level, we deserved it. I always love when people do jokes about if you did sequels and just with the naming convention that Fast and the Furious have, like it'd be SARS 1, then 2 SARS 2 Furious, and then SARS Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
I'm
and then-
very proud to say I've never seen any Fast or Furious movie.
Neither
You
have
know,
I.
you know
Ever.
what?
But
I've seen all of them.
Fast and Furious. AZ's gotten her.
I've seen them all.
AZ.
I like them all. I take them as they are, but I do like the franchise.
Yeah.
Who's playing
Uh,
you? Is that you, AZ?
Safa,
Yeah,
to
that's
answer
easy.
your question, 2007. No. Before that.
I think
I'm
SARS
gonna start
outbreak.
floating to your music. It was very calming.
thanks, man. I
What
think
year
Siri
SARS
was
outbreak
just telling
in?
me that it was
2002?
Christmas and that I should get my shit
2002.
together and give people presents. So
2002.
here
How
is
do I ban?
the air of my breath.
Oh, nice Doctor Who reference.
I
Thank
give you the breath
Thank you.
from my lungs.
Yeah.
Oh, you
And
haven't
doing
got
that
it
to a
right.
tree
Every-
person. I love the way
You
she
haven't
gets
got it fucking
"Ooh,
right.
that's
I
so
just fuck
intimate.
it up. I just went with the spirit of the thing. And you've got amazing graphics going on again, Commander
Thank you.
Abigail.
Yeah.
And you've made
Yeah.
me horny. So if you see a bit of this going on,
Well, this is the game I'm playing.
She's
It's
flying a
called
spaceship.
Elite Dangerous.
That was
Flying a
beautiful
spaceship
transition.
around, scanning planets. Oh, thanks.
So
That's a stellar
So hang
nursery.
on,
You can
hang on.
see those
I'm so
dots
fucking
there.
interesting that you're playing Elite Dangerous while talking to me and jerking off.
I
to me.
always play games while I'm on these streams. Every time. Like
I'm coding.
So
We are
always-
not
I
nearly
could be-
interesting enough for
I could be
Abigail.
having
obviously.
spat fuel for a month with you, and you don't give a shit. You're just elite. Well,
Yeah.
you know what?
I can just
That has-
multitask.
Ruined my old age lack of testosterone.
Oh.
That's why I have a full head of hair. See?
Yeah.
See? No testosterone.
that's apparently a thing, isn't it? Yeah. But
Yeah.
hey, AT, for you, I did buy the Mr. Black coffee liqueur, and you can see I've been
you
doing
fucking
experiments.
man.
So
And
you'll
tonight,
either
I
I'm not going to
bought
really drink the experiments. So
I
this is
the
the first. This is a
orange liqueur,
Mr. Black
sorry,
thing. What do you
I
got?
brought the orange liqueur muscat.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, the orange muscat and flora.
Yeah.
To try.
That sounds good.
So
That's
I figured
Brown
when
Brothers.
we
I
got
already
together
approve.
and swapped. I'd bring a bit of this, and you'd bring a bit of
Yeah.
that, and we'd
Flavored wine. Yeah.
80,
So,
I approve of the brand.
shake this
Yeah.
and
Brown
try it
Brothers.
now, because it's a muscat. You've got to give it a.
So you're going to end up with maybe some coffee liqueur, but definitely coffee liqueur cocktails. So I'm doing a series of experiments. So
Now the
'Cause-
reason
there's a competition for this.
the
Fascinating.
reason my studio is very funnily lit tonight
Yeah.
is that I'm in the corner of a shed,
Oh, okay.
which is the office for the oh my stars.
That's
that
Christmas
smells-
drink. Hey,
Oh,
Ainsy,
that
look at
smells
the
awfully like
Christmas drink.
off
This is
orange.
Christmas Day for me and my girlfriend.
Oh, that's lovely. Having a special Christmas drink.
Yeah, but it's Brown Brothers, the same brand of
Oh, there you go.
same distillers that 80s drink is from.
Nice. Nice.
Fucking
Brown
nice.
Brothers. Rep.
See, Brown Brothers.
Okay,
The same logo is on yours, 80.
to all of you this Christmas, L'chaim.
Yes.
I am.
Kapla!
I am
Hey guys, happy fucking Kwanzaa, all right?
Yeah.
happy
Don't
holidays.
Don't forget the
'cause that
Festivus
pisses people
poll.
off.
No, I posted my Festivus video yesterday. Yesterday was Festivus.
Yeah.
I
I watched
just
for a
think-
while. I just wasn't chatting.
Jerry Seinfeld thinking he's funny, or whoever runs Jerry Seinfeld's Twitter account, posted, "Hey, maybe just this one Festivus, we could forget about the airing of grievances." And I just replied, "Read the room, man. Now more than ever, we want to air the goddamn grievances."
Fucking oath. Read the
I
fucking
like
room,
Jerry
dude.
Seinfeld.
Grievance number one. Why is George Costanza such a... No, what's his name? Jason Alexander.
Jason
such a
Alexander, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of friends, I don't think.
Grievance number two. Why is Jerry Seinfeld such a prick?
I've never
Why-
tried
know
why-
I'm killing, I know I'm killing childhood dreams here, and I'll shut the fuck up. Very shortly.
When he was
What's
at
his name?
Point out-
Kramer.
Yeah,
Oh.
Kramer's a racist. Jason
Well,
Alexander's
yeah.
kind of not a nice guy.
He sort of shot
Um,
himself in the head.
Kramer was trying to be edgy. Kramer was trying to rip off, who was that 90s comedian?
Lenny Bruce. He was trying to.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was
Lenny
trying to do a
Bruce.
Lenny Bruce. He was trying. That was 60s. He was trying to do a Lenny Bruce, and
And
he
he
does
fucked it
not
up.
have the skills that Lenny Bruce had. So it just sounded like he was racist. Like he was trying. Lenny Bruce famously did this routine in the 60s, where he was in a very bohemian comedy club, and it was bohemian enough. It was mixed race. There were black people there, and he just started talking about racial epithets and just going, I'm a kike, you're a wop, you're a wop. I can see some spades. And he's just going with every racial epithet. And then and I'll give you this, I'll give you that. And he just basically said, those words are used to hurt us. We have to take the power out of those words. We have to be together because that's it. And there's a bit Dustin Hoffman played him in the movie, in the bit where he points to the big Black Panther looking dudes in the front row going, you're on board now, but you were thinking about getting up here and sorting me, weren't you?
Yeah.
Actually, that
very
is
interesting.
starting to
I've
happen.
actually heard the recording of it.
Yeah.
And the working of the room is masterful because for a full 3 minutes there is pin drop silence, which in a comedy room means you are about to die. Not in the laughter sense, in the physical sense.
Yeah, someone's got to kill you.
Yeah.
And it was like somebody
sorry to
back on
interrupt,
stage and fucking throttle
but
you.
and Fox, is
he
your
just-
fridge slightly open?
Good save.
Thank
Good
you.
save.
It was
Good save.
bugging
really
me.
nicely
Oh,
spotted
good
it, Ray.
catch. Good catch.
Guys, because
It was
it's just,
just slightly off, and I had to. Yeah.
Thought it was my mic, and that's why I muted.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That
Nah.
fridge will beep.
Fair
Wow.
enough. I didn't hear a beep. I just saw it.
I
Yeah,
saw it
it
only
would've
after
beeped.
Abigail's fucking pointed out, and
It would've
was,
beeped, and I-
it was slightly open.
Someone would have heard it.
Fucking,
So-
this is not
There
bad.
you go.
While imagining me wank and playing
Okay.
fucking Assassin's Fury.
So,
That's not what you're
on the
playing.
topic of that
Got
Lenny
brain
Bruce
damage.
thing where he used every racial epithet ever, that's what's happened with the N word, because African American people will use Nigga. I wouldn't say the word. Even that version of it. And some gay people will use FAG
Uh,
or
Hey,
FAGVOT.
you know any faggots who say that all the fucking time?
I do know some fags
Yeah,
who
easy to
will
them.
fag it up.
I'll be back in a sec. Just need to
fucking clifters.
use the restroom.
Most
That
of-
was out of
most
left
of
field.
the-
That's funny.
there you go.
That's funny.
AZ being one of them.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
But,
There we go.
um,
Anyway,
Oh,
My cousin-
I hate
I-
those stations.
fucking,
Oh, wait, no, I like
see,
those
the
ones.
thing about all that too, remember from my experience, and this is everybody's experience is different, right? And yeah,
Mhm.
words hurt, sure they do, because you're made to be othered. But at the same time, I was beaten a lot when I was a kid, and I was also raped fairly regularly, because that was fucking shits and giggles as well. And
why didn't you go to the
after a
cops
while-
about that, AZ?
So, well, no, I'm finishing up. After a while, you do learn sticks and stones will break your bones, but words, they don't fucking cut it after a while. Oh, you big poof. It's like, well, you're not stabbing me, so fuck off. Go jam up your ass. I don't care.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, man.
And basically, fuck, I've had a gun pointed at me 3 times. I've been fucking knifed 3 times. I've had a knife pointed at me 9 times. And I've
The hand hurt the
been
most.
fag on many occasions, and I tell you which one hurts least.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Shot once by Iraqis before the Iraq War.
Before it was cool. Before it was cool.
AZ, you're a true patriot.
Fucking no. If you're looking for a fucking hipster, I'm that guy.
Yeah.
I was
You're that
fucking
guy.
being shot by Iraqis before the Iraq War, before
Oh, yeah.
everyone was doing it.
That's why I brought up the cops thing, because we had someone who refused to believe it's true and something like, you just go to the cops. I go, no, the cops are the ones doing the raping half the time. It's just like,
Oh my god! Oh, I didn't even tell you guys. So there's this guy next door that's like just off the wall nuts, and it's starting to get increasingly violent. And he tried to break into my apartment the other night, and he was screaming.
oh
and
shit.
stuff. And so I call the police. I call 911. I say, "Hi, this person's tried to break into my apartment. Can you please send an officer down? He's causing all kinds of trouble." They never showed up.
Oh,
They're
damn.
useless. The Vancouver
Fuck.
police have never showed up when I call them. Literally, I could be being stabbed multiple times. Like, look, man, in 3 to 6 weeks, we'll send a letter. They're fucking useless. Cops are useless.
Fucking
So-
hell.
I've made, just to lighten up, I made an eggnog cocktail with a liqueur that basically you've had those lollies. They're like violet. The English ones are called Parma violets.
Yeah.
They're purple. It's this purple liqueur that's like a violet flavor. It's really nice. And in this, it's just like a milkshake that tastes like those English lollies, Parma violets.
Well, you know what? Good on you, man, because not everyone likes eggnog, and I'm happy someone's enjoying some eggnog.
Oh, it's Christmas. I'm drinking Santa's eggnog.
Commander Abigail,
Yes.
what was that very pretty floating cylindrical thing and we were looking at?
Yeah, what was that?
That was a space
That-
station.
It's
That
a
was space
space station.
Yeah.
It's
That's no moon.
it's
That's the space station.
one of the space station types in Elite Dangerous that you fly into. That's that little bit in the middle. That's where you dock, fly
Yeah.
into it, and there's
It is one of my
docking
favorites.
bays in there.
Are you flown into it at the moment?
No, I'm out.
It's not a
Exploring.
setup for a disgusting joke. I'm just wondering if you're just
That's
checking
just
it
a
out.
that's
Okay.
just a video or something.
Yeah, that's a video I took in game of
Of
one of
the
the
Okay.
space
You guys see
stations.
Saturn
of
and
the
Jupiter?
3 space stations,
Sorry.
can visit Saturn and Jupiter. Yes.
Yeah, I saw it today
Yeah.
after when the sun set. We went for a walk, and I'm all
Alright.
like, I think that's Jupiter and Saturn. And sure enough,
Okay.
I actually have a on my waiting for stream shot,
I
which I'll bring up. That
can't
is
remember.
Saturn in the game, and that
nice.
little blue line is pointing to a dot. That is Earth in the game.
I can't
Yeah.
quite remember the exact name of it. I think it's Coriolis Station. The one
Coriolis. Coriolis
the
is
big
other.
orb.
Yeah.
That's my
the
least
orby
favorite.
looking one.
I hate those
Saturn,
stations.
Saturn
Fuck
is so
those
cool to
stations.
me because the first time I saw Saturn in a telescope as a kid, and I saw the rings, and it was like I could see it, I about shit my pants. I'm like, wow, that's a real thing. It's so
Yeah.
cool.
It's
I
not
have
just a
a
picture.
telescope that could do that, but a similar. But I let my at the time 7-year-old nephew look through my telescope, my $400 telescope, mind you.
Oh,
Well, just
I
tie
held him.
his arms up. Wrangle the little
I
fucker.
held him. To be fair, it was set to my height, so I had to hold him up. to begin with.
Yeah, so
I let him
wrangle
look at the moon. You know, what he said to me. This is like magic.
oh
It
wow.
is.
Oh,
So excited.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's like
cool.
this is like magic. Because I pointed to the moon, as we could see it. It was a full moon. I'm like, see that? Look through this. He looked at it and he could see it clearer than he could normally. And it's like,
Yeah.
just
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
really
how excited
cool.
he was.
Yeah.
Eyesight got treated
really
with something
awesome.
beautiful.
Nice. I remember down at St Kilda Beach one night when I was down there. There's a dude had a telescope set up, and he'd like let you have a look. And yeah, it was trained on Saturn one night. And there is something magical about just looking in this little lens and go,
Yeah.
"Fuck me, I can see it," and the ring and the Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially if someone points to it and says, that's what you're looking at right now.
Mm.
That is how well you can
That
see
is
it.
insane. It's just so cool. It's so cool the
Yeah.
universe we live in.
My biggest thing of looking through a telescope, this was a few years back, the last time Venus transited the sun,
Ooh.
Wow.
I got to see
Wow.
it.
Venus.
Because my history teacher was at the local university, and they had telescopes specially set up for it,
Oh,
and I looked through
Wow.
it, and I
Yeah.
got to
Nice.
see it.
yeah. Venus is
Oh,
my
that's
favorite.
awesome.
My favorite planet. I'm kind of sad that like everyone wants to send a manned mission to Mars. I'm like, go to Venus.
There's,
There's an,
It's
area,
hospitable.
there's an area inside the atmosphere of Venus that's habitable for humans. We should explore that first.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't know what Venus has that could advantage us. I mean, its
There's a
atmosphere
habitable zone inside the atmosphere.
is
Yeah, but
For
why?
temperature. For
Acidic.
temperature.
Because it's Venus, okay? Think of Venus. It's got
Chris just
clouds.
got a thing
It's
for
hot.
Venus.
You don't understand, okay? It's fucking or it's another planet, all right? And if you land on it, if you land on it, it's like a fucking volcano. It's like hell. It's amazing.
Yeah. Chris,
It's like Doom the video
That's-
game.
if is the operative
It's
word
fucking
here.
awesome.
If is the operative word here.
Hey man, the
We
Soviets
can.
did it in the 70s.
We can land on Mars. We might be able to land on
The
Venus.
Soviets landed on Venus in the 70s.
Abigail
I don't see why
was
we can't do it
smoking.
today.
Abigail is
Oh,
smoking.
yeah.
Star
Yeah.
Trek, they terraformed Venus and
Yeah.
people live on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
They
Star
did
Trek
too,
is a quasi-socialist utopia.
The
And
There's nothing wrong with the quasi-socialist utopia.
Speaking-
My house is
speaking of
a quasi-socialist
colonizers-
it's called gay
I fucking
space
listen to the
communism.
Premier,
yeah,
Yes, it is, and
of
I am
Boss of
here
the
for
House
it.
every day, and all of the intellectuals have been taken out to the farms, and we work very fucking hard for the good of the state. And family ties have been cut, and I get a plastic bag put over my head every now and again. It's good.
sounds
fun.
like Cambodia. That's
Yeah,
I've
sounds like
seen it.
Cambodia.
Venus is so cool.
Because he's socialist
Uh,
utopia.
Pretty hot, actually.
It's
yeah,
the reason
yeah.
why I'm out in the shed.
And acidic.
I'm at Boss of the House's parents at the moment.
Oh,
and we're
okay,
having
that's where you are.
Christmas here.
Okay,
And then
We can
we're
send a
going to his extended family out at Newstead, where I'll be at Whispering Gums. And Whispering Gums has a history to it. But I was actually just thinking, as you guys were talking about the amazingness of the universe, I had the abject honor one night of talking to a group of CSIRO scientists that were having a dinner, and I was
Out of
the
all the
adult.
people in the world, that's awesome.
And I thought, what the fuck am I going to do? And I thought, oh, I know what I'll do. And I came up and I said, hello, thank you very much for having me here at the CSIRO fucking awards night, for how fucking clever you are. Well, I'm fucking sorry to say, you're fucking not. You're not. All right. You fucking spend a lot of fucking money, and I'm here to tell you, as a fucking comedian who gets fuck all, that I'm gonna tell you how it's done. Astronomers, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Okay, where the fucking arrows are. That's what you're looking for. Look for the fucking arrows. Okay, it's right there. Cepheid variable. That's even got a fucking labeled. Okay, you'll be right. Okay. Where are the fucking biologists? Just look at the C's, the T's, the G's, and the A's. They fucking only go together two ways. How fucking hard is this? And I just went around the room and finally ended up with the physicists and went, physicists, fucking, we could have had colour TV if you'd got your fucking entangled electrons together and fucking getting us the blue for black and white. And then duh. And I was lucky because for the first few jokes, they weren't going with it, but after a couple of minutes, they were shitting themselves because I was nailing the science as we were going.
yeah.
And clearly I'd put in. And then I said, military technicians, listen, you've got to, with that, and then get that to fucking fly. And then we'll get pictures of, and then finally you can fucking no longer be scared of. Fuck off with you. And that's why you get most of the money. And those which don't actually. Okay. And
Redacted.
I'll just
Redacted
leave you
comedy
with that.
routine.
And the fucking room is just destroyed at that moment. And
Okay, you just hear like you got some voice on like a speaker that goes redacted. Every time you stop, redacted.
Yeah, well, clearly, there was, clearly the message. And there's fucking,
That's
50
so
and
funny.
70-year-old men were shitting themselves laughing at
That
that.
is so
And these
funny.
guys in military uniforms were fucking had their heads on the table, fucking crying with laughter.
Yeah.
And I had this fucking major general, no shit, major general like Peter Cosgrove,
Hmm.
And you got to understand these general guys in the Australian military. And Chris, I'm not putting any shade on the states, right? I'm not doing that because
Please do.
States has got a massive fucking military, right? But to get to be a general in the Australian military, because we have 4 guys in the Australian military, right? There's 4 guys and a dog. To get to be a
Don't
general
forget
in the
the
Australian
dog.
military, you've got to fucking, know some shit, and fucking command people to do some fucking very bad shit, and not tell anyone. And these generals are very imposing people. They pretty much all have doctorates. They fucking all have fucking their fucking brains work about 20 times faster than yours, and they need to, because with 5 guys they've got to basically take over a city, and they're consistently
Yeah,
ordered by their government to do impossible things with no money. And they do it. They
The
get it done.
Australian Defence Force is smaller than the LAPD in
Yeah.
manpower.
Yeah, they're
Yes,
like,
exactly.
it's all
Yeah.
like, so here's your job. Stop China. How much money do I have? None.
None. Yeah,
Good luck.
that's exactly how it goes, Chris.
Oh,
That
you
is
gotta be a smart
exactly how
fucking
it
guy.
goes.
Yeah.
So these generals are very imposing fellows. And this major general comes up to me, and I can tell this by the flashes on his gear, and he says, "Fuck, man, that was so fucking funny, and you are so fucking right about all of this shit. Well fucking done." Shakes my hand and said, "I haven't fucking laughed like that since." And he stopped talking, and then he just laughed again, because he said, "Well, right?"
Can't say.
And I laughed, and there's a couple of other guys around too. There's like a physicist and a meteorologist. Weird, because they knew the general, and they would. The physicist and the meteorologist would know the general. That makes actually perfect sense if you think it through. And so they all shat themselves at the general's accidental joke. And so this major general fucking bought me high-end drinks all fucking night, and I just fucking was supposed to drive home. No.
Nah.
And I was just
Hey, get the cab.
I'm saying to this guy, man, I cannot. Please, thank you. You've been so kind. I can't drink anymore. I am going to hurl in any moment. He said, "Oh fuck, well, we better get you home then." And then he's ordered a fucking, they call it the green taxi, and this fucking car comes up. It's a Commonwealth car now. Okay, Commonwealth car, as you could imagine, it's a government car. Yeah. And they have Commonwealth plates, they call them, on. They're not to be stopped, searched, looked at, or bothered by anyone.
There are a lot of cars like that here. They say U.S. government. A lot of military people have them. It's like, doesn't matter what they're doing. You
doesn't matter
not
what they're
bother.
fucking doing. You leave them alone.
Exactly.
Right. And I had a radio thing to do, and a couple of the computer scientists who were in the anti-hacking Canberra place came up and said, "You've got to do your fucking cast at fucking 2:00." And I went, "Oh, shit, I'm never going to get there," because the other 2 guys were going to be there. And I said, and I'm pissed. And this major general said, "Oh, no, fuck, you'll be right. Don't worry about it. We'll get you there." And he's got the comm car, and he's made a fucking phone call, right? And he hasn't said please or anything. He's just said, blah, 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 this is that VIP, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there'll be a couple of guys will come get you. In the meantime, have this. And he's pushed another drink at me. And I've gone, "I can't." He says, no, this will sober you up and you'll feel good. And you won't be sick. And I'm going, "Really?" He says, "Oh, no, really." And he says, "We use it all the time. That's why we have doctors." And I'm going, "Oh, okay." And I've drunk it. And it was definitely MDMA mixed with another form of amphetamine, mixed with something else. And I was immediately not really pissed, but fucking out of my head and godlike. I could do anything. And so I get in this comm car, and the driver, who's a military guy, says, Sir, I understand we've got to get you there in 5 minutes. And we're in Canberra. We are 25 minutes away. I got there in 4 minutes. Fucking 6 police fucking motorbikes fucking pull up beside us. And fucking the lead guy gets out in front and then does this with his hand. And then we fucking bazang. That fucking car was doing 225 kilometers per hour on the fucking Canberra roads, and I'm going, fuck, this is awesome.
God.
Holy
That's fast.
shit.
I
Oh
don't
my
want to
goodness.
talk about
Police escorts are so much
Fucking
fun.
And I get to the fucking studio and I go, you guys fucking rock. Please give this note to the Major General and thank everyone at the CSIRO for their fucking awesome work. Because the last sort of few minutes of my act was I thank all of your scientists for being brilliant and geniuses, for no money, for no love, and for no glory, and for making, Australian life worth living. And thank you so very much. You understand that some cunts appreciate you, but not me, get fucked. And I left. So they're all laughing. And this general gets me pissed. Then I get to the radio station. I am like a walking god. I go through security and they go, oh, and I say, hey, fellas, you know me. And I went, oh, yeah, it's Daisy. And I go, have a good night, guys. And I literally went, have a good night, guys. And walked into the studio, fucking opened the door, right? There's a fucking secure area. It's an ABC fucking studio. Boom, 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 into the door, into the seat and gone. Right, boys, I think tonight we're going to talk about this, and this on the news, and what have you got? And they're looking at me, because I'm never the guy with anything. I always come in late going, what have you got, guys? And I'm going, yep, we're going to do this, and this. And this stuff lasted had to be 6 hours, right? I was on for 2.5, 3 hours, and then I went home and I fucking cleaned up and I did shit. And then crunch. Everything fucking came home and it was over. And it was like, go to bed now, you sad, sorry boy. Excuse me.
I want some of this stuff.
Yeah, it actually sounds pretty effective, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, police escorts are fun. I was in a police escort one time. I was filming something, and
Yep. Just want to quickly wish you guys an awesome one. Have an awesome Christmas and New Year's.
Cheers, mate.
you
You're
too.
welcome.
Happy holidays.
Cheers.
Yeah, happy holidays too. All right, good night, everyone.
Oh, is this weird? Okay. That's nice.
Holidays.
Actually.
All right, peace and love.
But yeah, I'll tell you that about another day. But it was fun. I tell you what. You think you can't get somewhere? You get a police escort, son. You get in there.
Yeah. Yes. There is. That.
You get there.
The only time I've driven at that speed was drunk on the Eastern, and I got up to 220 in my
How are you
Falcon.
alive?
was a big open freeway.
Dumb luck.
Yeah.
It was like 3 a.m, and there was no other traffic on the freeway.
Yeah.
There was that dude a few years ago in Sydney on a motorcycle was taking the harbour tunnel in the middle of the night at about 200 kilometres an hour. And because there's never anyone there. And he was just hooning through. And because he had his plates covered up and he was a full face helmet. And so they didn't know. And he would do it at different times. He wasn't following any pattern. And he was doing it for months before they caught him.
Oh, okay.
And he just said, like, fair cop. And he's just like, oh, I've just been going through really depressive episodes. And this was the only thing that made me feel alive. I would just fucking go in there and do this insanely stupid thing. And I would feel something. The rest of the time, I just couldn't feel.
Relate.
Yeah. How relatable
So
is that?
at the time, I was horrendously depressed, and I only did it once though, because I didn't want to push my luck.
No.
I
But,
remember specifically that this guy that Angry's talking about
Yeah.
just spat this all out at his interview, and they played the interview in his court case, and he says, I stick by it. I know I did it, and I know that you've got to do things. And the judge says, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put you through a diversion program. You're going to lose your bike license for a year. But we're going to work on your depression. I don't think fucking incarceration is going to work. You didn't hurt anyone. You didn't hurt yourself. You obviously have skills enough to drive that fast, but you're not allowed to, because one day you're going to fuck up and kill someone else. You know that. And so we're going to divert you. And it was the first time they actually did that, because usually they took their vehicles off them, and they usually took money off them, and they usually took their liberty off them. But this time he said, you have a mental illness, and we're going to try and help you. And apparently the guy fucking got through it okay and became a counsellor for young people. And apparently he's really fucking enthusiastic. I mean, someone who can drive through the Sydney Tunnel at 220, kph.
Somebody give that man a job.
That's exactly it. And it's like, fucking if you can fucking get your mind to go, I need to get my yayas out that hard, then if you can get them in front of young people and say, get excited about your world, get excited about your life, get excited about your one fucking shot. And that, when I'm usually talking to people with depression and they've come through the worst bit, because there's a worst bit that you've got to let them have and just be there for them. Sometimes you just hold them. You just got to be, you can't talk them through their worst bit. They've got to have their own bottom. And, as long as you got them on suicide watch and you've got them just, say nothing, just be there for them. And once you've got them through that, then you can start going, okay, this is your one shot. You have the rest of your life to live. It's a good life. It is a good place. And every place you ever go to is the funnest city in the world or the shittest place on earth, depending on how you make it. I grew up in Canberra, and Canberra is a weird place still today. In the daytime, it's so beautiful. It was designed. It's a great place for kids to grow up. There are swings there which are amazing. There's like suburbs. Like, I'm not shitting you. There are suburbs that are given over to playgrounds. There is such open space. It takes you literally 25 minutes to get anywhere in Canberra, because you've got to drive through so much green space to get anywhere. In places like Melbourne and Sydney, you're paying $100,000 for each leaf. But in Canberra, every suburb is separated by greenbelt.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeous. But then in the nighttime, the oil seeps up through the cracks of the city, and the nastiness comes out and the bitterness comes out, because between the ages
Is that a metaphor
13
or
and
literally?
18, you
I
can't
think it's a
drink.
metaphor.
Sorry?
Is that a metaphor for the oil
Is that
coming
a
up?
metaphor?
Yeah, for the nastiness of the zeitgeist of the pent up, because Canberra's a public service town. It was built to house the government, and the people, the main industry is the public service, and they sit there all week and they do nothing, and they have go nowhere lives, and they get money for cranking the handle for no purpose, for no point, for just existing, and they just get so down, and they come to a realization in their 30s that their life is going to go nowhere, and the most exciting thing that's going to happen to them is they're going to go bald, and they know they can't.
I mean, to
stop
be
doing
fair,
it,
that does sound kind of nice. I mean, it's nice.
But what you can do is you can teach people to accept an amount of risk in their life that is sorry, get that out of the way of the camera. Accept an amount of risk in their life that makes it worthwhile, and to accept that they've only got one shot at their life. Even if you're a reincarnationist, and I've talked to Buddhist lamas about this. It's really cool to talk to a lama if you ever get the opportunity.
Hello, Stella.
Hey Stella, how you doing?
Hi.
The thing that I wanted to talk to this lama about is just, I said I've talked to many religious leaders, and I'm trying to get people into the idea of saying you've got one shot at life. You've got to make it the best thing you can make it.
You got it.
This came after a period of many friends of mine who had killed themselves, and the damage they did to their families and their communities was just horrendous. And I was trying to effectively learn how to be a shaman, and I didn't even know it was cool. Back in those days, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it was going to be, but I knew I had to do this thing. And finally, later on in life, I got guidance and names and terms and rules, and it was good. And so I got talking to this lama, and they're reincarnationists, right? You go through your life, and you're born into another existence, another sentient existence, and depending on how much karma and dharma you've built up over your life is whether you come back as a human or you come back as a water flea. If you can get off the wheel of dharma, then you will have reached enlightenment, and everybody will have reached it with you. It's the bit that freaks me out, but anyway, and that will be the end of the world, when everybody transcends at once. And I said to this guy, okay, explain to me. Buddhists are very, very happy and very, very passionate about things. When you've got this non-attachment thing going on, and you've got reincarnation going on, why can't you just say, oh, fuck it, I'll have another guy in the next life? And they say, you must never, never, never think like that. You must never think like that. You must think that this is your one shot, because you can't insult your opportunity to be a human, which is very rare. Think of all the creatures on Earth, and think of how many humans there are. Think of how many flies there are, and think of how many worms there are.
There's more ants than people.
And think of how many humans there are. And you got the shot at being a human. It was you got that shot. They didn't. And maybe they did have that shot and blew it, right? And they're not going to get that shot at being a human again for maybe 1 billion years. And does the Earth have 1 billion years left in it? Who knows? So don't treat reincarnation as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Treat it as the threat of not doing it right this time, and not helping enough people, and not being of service enough to the world, and not being of disattached to the world and the things that you love enough to be fully engaged with the now. And I'm going, okay, I get your point. Very intense, but I get your point. So I was talking to all these religious leaders, and basically they all came down to their religious teachings are, isn't it a wonderful world we live in, and don't be a cunt. I talk to Muslims, I talk to Christians, I talk to fucking Jews, I talk to Rastafarians, I talk to
Jews.
I know that was a really funny turn of phrase just then, but anyway.
We'll let go. Keep going, AT.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fucking Jews, yeah.
It was very Australian, but taken out of context. It's like, I speak to Christians, I speak to Muslims, even fucking Jews.
Yeah, and in fact, very well that any one of those religions could have been in that spot.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter, because it's just Daisy saying shit. And they all come out with the same shit. It was all, fucking just isn't the world a wonderful and special place? Aren't you lucky to be in it? And don't be a cunt. And you just have to do that with a bit of enthusiasm, and you can get anything done, and anything is magical, and anything is wonderful.
Mhm.
And then when you talk to scientists about the things that they find, and they tend to concentrate on tiny little pieces of the universe.
Yeah.
Tiny little pieces of the universe. Like there's this one woman who worked for literally 19 years to prove by watching through a dual optical correcting telescope stars going round a massive gravity source at the middle of either our galaxy or another galaxy. I don't know which one. But she waited patiently for 19 fucking years to watch these stars whiz round this fucking...
That would be
black hole.
ours, and it was Sagittarius A star in the middle of it.
Right? You know what I'm talking of, right? And she was so happy
Show you.
when she could finally get enough data to prove that that's a
Bear with
fucking
me.
big black hole. It's right in the middle of our galaxy, and it points to fucking big black holes being in every fucking galaxy, and probably
Yes.
what holds galaxies
So if I
together
zoom
are these fucking
zoom
big
out.
black holes, right?
Here
Which
is our
probably-
galaxy,
Right.
and if I go to the middle, which I have been there in this game, the supermassive black hole in the middle.
Immortalized in song. Yeah.
Yeah.
In
Is
song.
it though?
Yeah,
that's-
Yeah.
it's a supermassive black hole.
I should.
That is cool though, you know.
Oh, because I haven't got black
It's nice
holes.
to work. It's nice to
Nonsense
have
stuff.
something to work
There
towards
it
for,
is.
no matter how big or small it is. Gives you
Yeah,
purpose.
My favorite
So
bit
here
of
it is
science,
here.
focusing on
Here it
the
Black
star.
supermassive black hole.
There you go.
With
The
And there's a
The
whole
science
other fucking...
the scientist who proved that ants, as part of their communication, remembered the number of steps it took to get from the colony to a food source, and they proved it by putting little stilts on ants' legs so their legs were longer, so the step count was wrong, and they were overshooting their colony and whatnot. And that's beautiful science, because someone wanted to prove that, and they found a way to stick stilts on ants' legs. And more importantly, they found a way to get someone to fund their research into
Because can you imagine
That's
coming
beautiful.
to the board with that? So
Just
your
brilliant.
science funding needs to be, well, what we're going to do is we're going to give ants stilts.
Yeah.
No.
So
No, hear me out.
Yeah.
It's going to be very important for military applications. No. Listen, no, stilts on ants is a fucking great idea. Aircraft carriers need this. No, they don't. Go away. Listen. I've got some ants here that I've put some stilts on. These are pipe cleaner models that you've made and put matchsticks on. I hear you. But if we make them walk, see them walking away from the lunchbox, they're walking to the flower, and they're picking it up, and look, they're very strong, but with their stilt leg, they've got the miscount, and they miss the black hole. Drink your drinks. What they don't know is they've had LSD put in their drinks, and they just signed. That's how they're funding. I tell you, it works every fucking time. Every time.
if somebody came up to me and I was a hedge fund manager, like, I need money to put stilts on ants, I'd be like, sold.
Yeah, I mean, if they came up to me, and
That's
said, I
the
want
sort of
to put stilts
science
on
I
ants,
want
I'm
to be
going,
involved
"Fuck
in.
yes,
Yeah.
you do. Of course, you fucking need to put stilts on ants. Who fucking? But what I love is the fact that in the 50s, this is the 50s, right? Fucking nuclear bombs and shit are going off everywhere, right? The American government said, yeah, we're going to give a shitload of money to the Navy for nuclear submarines with nuclear bombs in them. And the Air Force, who had all the nuclear bombs, just went, fuck. We're going to have to save some money to make ourselves viable, and to make ourselves the lean, clean, fucking bombing machine that we are. And this is the other thing, right? Understand that the US Navy has said since the 50s the Soviets are our opposition. The Air Force is our enemy. So fuck, if you're talking about money politics like that, right, you fucking really, really need your research to fucking stack up. So the Air Force is looking to fucking save some money. And they go around to this one research lab and they're fucking researching orb weaver spiders. And the Air Force guys are going, oh, fuck, no, you're not. No, you're fucking not doing this. The fuck is this shit? And then this guy
They're cool
calmly
spiders.
says, well, spiderweb silk is 50 times stronger than steel, weight for weight, and is fucking 100 times its tensile
Strength.
its torsion strength.
Tensile strength.
And
Be
its
back in a sec.
tensile strength. Its torsion strength is also really fucking phenomenal, and it could be used for launching springs and nets for catching aircraft that are going at close to Mach 2 without damaging the pilot or the aircraft. If we could just work out how the spiders are fucking doing it. And we think we've got an idea on it. And the generals went, yeah, run with it.
That's right.
And
The idea,
It
if we
works
can
so
work
well.
out how the spiders are doing it, we're going to bring the spiders in and we're going to torture them and interrogate them, and they're going to tell us, God damn it.
Those fucking spiders. are
Okay,
gonna
so
talk.
so I've just posted a comment about the Ants on Stilts thing. This book, it was written by someone from my alma mater, from Swinburne University, and it actually details ant swarm systems and ant systems as an optimization routine. So
Yeah,
the Ants on Stilts thing
Study.
is strangely apt for
yeah,
for
totally.
my field of work.
The fucking
So yeah,
the
here's the,
spider
like
thing, just to
pseudocode
finish it
based
out.
on how ant trails, pheromones, the
This
whole
is-
thing.
It actually
Yeah.
it covers more ground with the drunken man's walk than you do with straight lining. The drunkard's walk actually covers more. Brownian motion will actually get most area covered for food finding than fucking doing search patterns. But the other thing, just to finish off the spiders,
Well,
the
Brownian
other
motion
thing
is
the Air
something
Force
very
did
specific,
was
but
they
I hear what you're
sold
saying.
the research to the Navy for aircraft carrier fucking arresting cable. And they got the fucking Navy to pitch in half the fucking funds. And to this fucking day, they are still studying spiders, spider webs, and webbing. And what they have said is that technology has come from it. And when they've been asked what technology, they've gone, it's not technology that we're comfortable talking about. And we're going, come on, guys. So they've fucking classified spiders. So something works. They've worked out something. And they haven't fucking had spider web fucking arrestor hooks yet. It's all still steel. Or maybe it's something they did to the steel. Who fucking knows? But they're still fucking funding it to this day. Fucking, 70 years later, they're still fucking funding spider research. So I want those drugs to put in my fucking funding applications. Clearly they work.
Yeah.
And fucking algorithms, right? Fucking no one gave a
In the
shit
chat.
about algorithms when they were invented in the 1500s. Okay, when the Arabs fucking sorted them out in a formal way, everyone said, yeah, we're having a dark ages in Europe. Arabs can go and get fucked. and then the Renaissance happens, and then algorithms come to Europe, and they go, yeah, it's very cool for mathematicians to do that. And then, algorithms hang around for a fucking long time, and they hang around until the 19th century. And everyone goes, yes, you're very clever mathematicians. And they even had a dinner once going, to the electron, may it never be any use to anyone. And of course, now algorithms are fucking everything. Right? They are everything. You can't fucking piss without an algorithm being involved in the surface you're pissing on. You can't do anything in the modern world without algorithmic support, or it's just not a thing. Concrete used to be a stuff that you made out of a bit of sand and a bit of gravel and a bit of this and a bit of that, and now because of cost, everything's cost. Because of cost, you get the exact type of concrete you need at the exact curing temperature that you need. Winter concrete and summer concrete are different formula. And there are algorithms which make the exact amount of gravel and the exact amount of cement and the exact amount of water at the exact temperature in the big batch mixers that go in the big trucks or the little trucks. Because sometimes it's better to have little trucks, little concrete trucks, than big concrete trucks. This is all fucking just all done by mathematicians who had no fucking clue that what they were doing was forming the 21st century. All computing was worked out by people who didn't understand what a computer would be. All fucking when Gauss did all his work, he had no fucking clue that it was useful. It was just mathematically interesting. And now Gaussian fucking rules are in almost everything we touch. We couldn't be having these fucking conversations if it wasn't for video and sound compression put over AC power lines that got then converted through inverters to DC to make our LCD screens work, which all need various different electrical and Gaussian algorithms to work perfectly in the sine and interference patterns to make fucking different colors go. And this is all done by scientists who were just going, it's just
and engineers.
Basic research is what I'm saying. It's all basic research. And what does no one pay for anymore? Basic research. Everyone says you've got to have a result in 3 years.
Because you don't make a profit from research.
That's not how it happens. How it happens is someone goes, oh, I just want to look at this shit because it's, I don't know why numbers do this. Why do numbers do that? That's a lot of clarification you're doing there, dude. And this musket's going down very well, but I've got to go for another piss. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Abigail, do more science at me.
Science is relatively hard to get funding for because in a capitalist society, you need to make money, right? That's the be-all, end-all part of being in our world. Yep. And if you can't make money, then you aren't worth investing money in. And research is one of those things. In the engineering world, it's a little different because engineers can say, well, we can make this from this scientific development, and we can make a product from it, and then we can sell this product. So it's slightly so that's the development section, but the research, pure research, no, it's rubbish. It's crap. You're wasting your money. You're wasting your time, and unfortunately, that's how it goes.
Yeah, and even if you work for a university, it's all about money still. It's all about how many papers you write, how many journals you get published in. Just pump out those papers. Very little time to do blue sky research that you might want to do.
Yeah,
they barely give you enough time to teach, and I know a lot of professors hate teaching because it like they have a set number of papers they have to do per semester, let alone per year, and it's just ridiculous. Whereas like back in the 50s and 60s, you could publish one paper per year, and people will say, "Whoa, slow down now."
Yeah.
And nowadays it's just ridiculous.
When I was doing my PhD, my professor my professor and I and a few other people in our team were developing a design and trying to commercialize it and make money.
Good night, Megaleech.
So yeah, good night, mate.
Sorry.
And to make money so that we could get money into the lab for actual research for good levels of research, and that's what we did because my professor hated having to try and doing the amount of publications and because it was very limiting because you could only do small discoveries with that.
Yep.
And the other thing is, of course, money is tight. You are competing in an engineering department. Your politics is super rife in the engineering department at a university. It's awful. It reminds me of high school, and
it is. It really is. The engineers are these big fucking bullies. The jocks of the classroom who can come out with a solar car, and the scientists can come out with this sort of idea that maybe something. And it's like, oh, fucking look at you, you fucking fag, you science fag. It's like being in band camp or art class. And fucking if you're an engineer, you can come out with something fucking very cool. We make a fucking cyclotron so the fucking scientists can fucking play with it. Fuck off, we want to look through rocks. And, like, it's ridiculous. And I really blame governments for being short-sighted because you get people like the guy that runs the planetarium, the Hayden Planetarium in New York, who's Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he basically says, America had fucking the science of the world by the balls and was fucking nailing it hard. And then when the Cold War stopped, the government said, well, we don't need that shit anymore. He's saying, if you want your country to go backwards, what you do is you stop all your science. And look at the countries that are pumping money into science, and they're going to fucking piss all over you when it comes to anything. I look at Australia and go, let's think about this country we live in just for a second, right? And you get dickheads today who don't understand the sarcasm of the words "the lucky country." It's not a lucky country. It was a sarcastic comment. You've got to scratch a living from soil that is barren, from water we don't have, from an environment that is actively trying to kill you. And I'm not bullshitting you. It's actively trying to kill you. You're also basically underpopulated. You can't populate anymore. You've got massive amounts of resources that you can't get at. And you can't properly develop. So you end up selling rocks to people who sell those rocks back to you as cars at 20,000 times the price you sold it to them. And fucking, the getting through in this country is you get through by hook or by crook. And the way we did it was by fucking sciencing the shit out of it. And we've stopped doing that. The only people that are doing any science at all are the military. And they're doing some really good science. They're doing some really some fuck off science. Why? Because they have to. They have no other way to fucking compete in any form of modern fucking conflict. So they have to get cleverer about the way they fucking do things. They can't afford to have troops get blown up by IEDs. They just can't afford it. They
Right.
can't afford to have planes drop out of the fucking sky. They can't afford it. They have to have fucking weapons and tactics and things to hide things that are much, much better than detecting those things. So the science they get done is really quite excellent. Now, if you think about this for a second on a national level, everything else we do is at that level of extreme threat. Think about our water problem. We don't have any. No one knows how the Great Artesian Basin is refilled. No one knows if we're just sucking water out of one glass and not refilling it again. No one knows that. No one knows basically how cyclones decide to come in from the reef. They know they decide to come in from the reef, but they don't know how, right? Now that wipes out billions of dollars of fucking trade and export every time that happens, right? Every single time that happens, and we don't know why. And we've had so many of them that we must see a pattern by now. We must see a pattern. We only just realised about 5-6 years ago that the way that Australian forests are fertilised is through fire. If they don't have smoke go through their gum nuts, they don't germinate. And the reason you see such green growth after a fire is that's the way fucking gum seeds regerminate and replenish the soil. So if you have horrific catastrophic fires, you just burn everything out and you fucked it. But if you have regular small fires like, I don't know, the black guys used to do, then you've got a really healthy fucking forest economy.
And it becomes more robust to disasters. So
Shit, big time.
Yeah. And the threat of having the big fires becomes less if you keep having the small fires.
Crazy, right? And if you control where those fires are, what you also control is where the game goes to eat. So rather than having a hunting ground that is 400,000 square kilometres big, you've got a hunting ground that is 1,000 square kilometres big. So you're not fucking running around like a crazy motherfucker.
Kangaroo meat.
I know, crazy, right? Full of fucking vitamin C, full of vitamin fucking D, full of vitamin fucking
plenty of pouches.
B, and it's lean as fuck. You can eat that shit for your entire life and be a big tall black motherfucker who can hurt anyone. And essentially, if we treated this country like the way we treat the desperation that we treat our military, then we could have a really exciting, vibrant place to live. We could have a really vibrant, exciting fucking direction to go. Like our fucking alcohol companies fucking always innovating.
It looks
And
like
if you
Angry is
think about what
taping
they're
his
making
computer
alcohol
back
out of, you just ask Angry. They go
I was
for
about to
fucking
say,
bush
don't
fence.
you badmouth the alcohol companies. Don't you?
I'm not.
You're
I'm
saying
not. I'm
good
saying
things about them. Yes.
ask
They're
Angry
very
about-
innovative and they're using native elements.
right?
Yeah.
Fucking, they're fucking onto it. Like, how do I make myself different for every other gin in the world? Like, I get Australian fucking native fucking botanicals, and I stick that shit in there, and it tastes amazing.
Yeah.
Fucking, I make Australian fucking macadamia fucking spirit, and it's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And
Wasn't
then you fucking
Kirsten's fond of pointing out that people who want to make gin or similar things And if they just want to use native Australian botanicals, they have about 6,000 to choose from. In Europe, they have about 600 to choose from. And it's just like, it's wild.
Yeah. Are you going to run out anytime soon of mixes? And you might be a bit shit-faced after every tasting. I think I'm going to try some of the lemon myrtle.
Sorry, I just asked Abigail's question to Kirsten. That is a good one. Another thing about Australian spirit makers, they love the words. They love coming up with the descriptions. And Abigail pointed out that on Starward, they've got the slogan "elementally matured," and what the fuck is that?
It does not make any sense to me. Elementally matured, like by elements.
Yeah,
It was
I don't get it.
By the element of water.
By fucking sunshine.
Okay, I have
Carbon, oxygen, nitrogen,
they
hydrogen.
mean,
Those are the four main ones.
they mean the
Oh no shit!
way
It's
the
marketing.
weather of
Oh,
the
because
weather of
temperature.
Melbourne is called the City of Four Seasons for a reason.
yes.
Yeah,
Kirsten,
it's so hard
Mark,
to
As
Yeah.
Kirsten said.
Like,
elementally
no shit, it's
mature.
marketing.
yeah.
So
And-
it's,
and it ties
it's
in with what
elemental,
you were
as in
Fox, the weather here is quite extreme compared to Europe, so it really affects, particularly with whiskies, the maturation of whiskies.
Yeah.
It's fun. There's a very fun YouTube channel.
effects in a good way or a bad way.
Sorry, say that again, Abigail.
Effects in a good way or a bad way.
It affects it. Whether it's good or bad depends on how clever
It's
you are.
just really
responding
different.
to it.
It's just really
Oh, okay.
different. Okay,
There-
so you
there-
drink Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
It's different to your Canadian whiskey. It's obviously different to your bourbon, but you drink your Australian whiskey and it's got its whole other taste to it. Whiskey is bound to the rocks over which the fresh water runs, and it's bound to the soils in which the grains are grown. And the soils in Australia are not like anywhere else. They're the oldest soils in the world. The rocks in Australia are the oldest rocks in the world. And the water, the fresh water, we've got the stream water, comes from deep underground, and fuck knows where it comes from, but it's very old and very clean. And so as a result, you get this Scotch maturing in barrels that we've bought from fucking anyone. And it is fucking anyone because, can we have some barrels? We've got some at the back. Yeah, they'll do.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it was
you
like
get these
because
tastes.
bourbon has to be new barrels. That's one of the rules for something to be bourbon. It has to be new barrels. So the Scotch makers buy bourbon barrels to mature their Scotch in, and a lot of the Australian ones, as Kirsten would point out, the Starward, for instance, they have a policy of don't use anything that's more than a day's drive away. So all the ingredients have to come from there. So they tend to use barrels that are wine barrels from a winery somewhere in Victoria. And so that gives it a different character. And like Kirsten's saying, you've seen 3 to 4 centimeters change in a barrel. The heat can make it basically evaporate, sort of soak through. There's a real fun
The
channel.
Angel's Share. They call it the Angel's
the
Share.
Angel's Share and the Devil's Cut. The concentrated stuff is the Devil's Cut. There's a real fun YouTube channel called Whiskey Tribe. These two madmen in Texas who are set up a whiskey distillery and they love it. And they're great because they're deep into whiskey, but they're very anti-snobbery. They're like, a good drink is the one you like drinking. Like, it's not like saying, although, they won't hold back at all that, Johnny Walker is shit and whatnot. But they're like, if you like it, then you drink it. But they also point out they're trying to mature whiskeys in Texas, and they're getting base whiskies from Scotland. They're getting base whiskies from, and if it was in Scotland, it would mature for 5, 10, 20 years. They go, we can't even do that. After 3 years, it's the equivalent of 10 years in Scotland because the heat in Texas. So you have to adapt. And so it's not necessarily bad and it's not necessarily good, but it's different. It's
different. It's
Whiskey in
different.
Australia very different to whiskey in Europe.
And when you taste a lot of different whiskies, so a lot of people get whiskey and they get a slug of it and they slam it straight down, right? Because they're used to the roughness of the alcohol hurting them, and they want to get it into them as fast as they can. But really, what you should do is you should get just a little bit and roll it around your tongue until it stops trying to eat you. And then you start tasting what it is, and then you let it roll down. And once you've warmed it through and most of the alcohol has gone up through your nose and into your brain, the rest of the alcohol goes down through your tongue, and the taste of it comes out. And you can start to taste the rocks, and you can start to taste the soil, and you can start to taste the plants. And when you taste Scotch whiskies, the Highlander whiskies are very volcanic. The Lowlander whiskies are very granity. Then you get the West and Sky whiskies, which are very peaty, are very smoky. And then you go over to Ireland, and their whiskies are very they're very sharp, and they've got a lot of greenery in them. It's like eating that wheatgrass stuff. Then you go over to Canada, and you've got that really bold grain, really wheaty, rye wheat grain taste. And you can sort of taste the snow. It's like a pine snow going on. And then you get to Australia, and the whiskies in Australia taste like rainforest and dust is the best way to put it. So they taste like rainforest, and they also taste anything you eat in Australia tastes like Spinifex. Trust me. Anything you eat in Australia tastes like Spinifex. When you go anywhere in the world and you come home, you go, there's the Spinifex, finally. And when you drink Australian whiskies, it's this rainforest thing happening so gently in the background, and that lazy iron dust that lives all through Australia. The middle of Australia is this red desert, and that's iron
Angry,
oxide.
could you
It's
send the
rust.
link to Grasshopper?
Yeah, no, I just saw that Grasshopper. It's on Facebook. It's actually on the Angry Aussie page rather than my personal page. So I think if you go there, you'll just find it. But I will put it. Oh no, that's not the fucking thing that's in my fucking paste. Fuck. Oh no, it's complicated. Shit. I just gotta do this.
I sent you a text message as well, Angry.
Oh, I'm on silent because it's after 10. I won't even see it. Yes. So, Kirsten's going to a malting house on Sunday.
What's a malting house?
Spends a shit ton of money with maltsters. Well, that's where they make whiskey, I think.
So
it's not a place where people go to malt various skin and hair. Then
That was the
Yeah.
initial thought.
you shouldn't. You can. You get the grain like the wheat or the rye, and then you put it in a warm, wet environment and trick it into thinking it's spring, and then it starts to sprout. Very, 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 very gently starts to sprout. And then you take it quickly, and you mash it all up, and you throw it in hot water, and put yeast in it, and make it ferment. And then once it's done that for a specified and secret amount of time with a specified and secret amount of ingredients in it, you distill the shit out of it, and it becomes a single malt whiskey. And then you age that in the barrels, and that's how you get your barrels. But a malting house is almost a ritual space. It's almost a secret men's, women's business place.
You're going to have
The
to
things that
give
go on-
a few people room. We've got Kirsten and Grasshopper joining.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good
Yeah,
evening,
Among
everyone.
Us is a kind of a
Grasshopper
getting
is
invited there
washed out
is
with
really
bright
cool
light.
because no one gets to see them holding hands because the shit that goes on in there is actually quite secret. Yeah, you've got to be kind of cool like Queen Kirst.
That's a bit
So I've
better.
taken all the
Can you
light
hear
that
the dryer? Is that loud?
No,
No,
That's
can't
okay.
hear anything.
no. I've taken all the light that ADZ's supposed to have on his face and
We
put it on
turn
the
it
one on
up.
top of
That,
it.
that's what's gone wrong. You've stolen all AIDS's light, and you've got twice as much.
Mm.
That's it. Yeah, but
But
now you
that's-
also see exactly how
but
bright,
that
how
had to
white I
happen.
really am.
That had to happen eventually, as
Yeah.
as my wages of sin finally caught up to me. As
Yeah,
my
no, we
wages
just
of sin finally caught up to me, it had to go that way.
finished
Um,
having a small group of people over for Danish Christmas, which was a lot of fun. But now we've
For
got
what
the Danish Christmas. One of my best friends is originally from Denmark, and they do a Christmas celebration on Christmas Eve, which is a heck of a lot of fun.
a lot of
Okay.
Europeans do
Yeah,
the
we
Christmas
just-
thing. On the
just
Christmas
finished doing
Eve.
that, and
Mm.
now we've got like a massive cleanup bill that I don't want to start paying quite yet. And I saw everybody online here, and I'm like, this is a good distraction.
Hey,
but
look,
I also-
a distraction.
But also, I wanted to show you, especially Abigail, the shirt that my wife just got me for Christmas, which I absolutely love.
I love it.
Absolutely
Run,
love it.
Steve.
Run to there.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That
I
is
got
fucking
her.
awesome.
I got her a Baby Yoda Pandora charm thingy
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Okay.
because she's a huge Baby Yoda fan, of course.
Grogu.
And
Yeah,
yeah,
Grogu.
she got me this and a Deadpool shirt, and they're freaking awesome. But I love this one so much.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have to
That's
admit, when you said your wife had got you a shirt that you had to show, I thought it was going to be a picture of Abigail on the shirt. So
See, my
No.
Christmas present was taking Grasshopper's wife's shirt.
Yeah, see, she was telling me that the shirt that she got for Abigail is just so much
Hmm.
more revealing than the shirt that she got me, and I'm not allowed to see it apparently. So
What are you going to do, man? What are you gonna do?
oh dear, in jokes.
oh, Eleanor just yelled out from the other room, "Happy Christmas, Abigail!"
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you,
Happy
Eleanor.
4th of July, everybody.
What?
Happy 4th of July, Chris. Do
Mm,
you know, Chris, we're not allowed to have our 4th of July this New Year's. Every New Year's in Australia, we have fireworks, right?
yeah.
And in Melbourne, we're not having fireworks this year.
Aw.
Which is fucking ridiculous.
And basically, it's a little bit of a kick in the balls because at the end of every year, no matter how fucking bad it is, right, we reset the year by blowing a lot of shit up and making it fucking cool so much. And the idea that we weren't going to have it is dumb. And was
That
it
is
Scotty
good.
from marketing who fucking put that up?
That's a shame. It's a shame. There's nothing I love more than blowing shit up.
No, I mean, come the fuck on. You know?
Why
this
do you
is
think
the
I got into
only real
filmmaking?
reason
So I
why
could film
culturally
people
Australia
blowing
and America
things
are
up.
together as brothers,
Mm.
really, is we love blowing shit up. And fucking, you know, fucking get together over a stick of Amfo and you've got an Australian and an American drinking, really. Fucking, and this year they've said no fireworks, and I think it's because of fucking they don't want everyone together for COVID.
Yeah,
That's exactly the
being
reason.
sick again,
Yeah.
which I
Well,
can buy, but it's like, well,
Yeah.
fucking, couldn't you just say?
well, I got big Kwanzaa plans. I'm having Hanukkah plans, Festivus plans. I'm having, my girlfriend and my mom, and that's it. Big party. We're in the same bubble. So. Lots
But,
of Coronas. We're all going to be drinking Coronas.
But
Yeah.
the idiots in Sydney are actually doing the idiots in Sydney who are actually having an outbreak are actually doing their fireworks.
So
Beyond
if I can-
fucking stupid.
let me just get my fucking vent out on this one really quickly. Number one, if I find the old fucks that went out and spread this shit to prevent me from having a proper fucking Christmas get together with all of my friends
Yeah.
and family, I will strangle the fucking life out of them. Second to that, anybody that goes to the Sydney New Year's fucking fireworks show for the midnight 7-minute fucking firework, especially if you're not wearing a mask, but even if you are, you're a fucking idiot, period.
Yeah,
Mm.
pretty stupid. It is
Yeah.
pretty.
Well, I mean, Gladys Alphabet Leon is a fuckwit.
Gladys
par
Koala Killer.
excellence. And Koala Killer.
Oh, and
It
the
is-
fucking
it is a bit
hypocrisy. The fucking hypocrisy of the fucking goddamn Murdoch press. Down in Melbourne, it's all about, the disaster Andrews government when he had all of Melbourne in lockdown when you guys had this fucking massive breakout down there. We're up to
Yeah.
it's sub 100 cases. We've gone into this massive lockdown, and the first fucking big spread in the New South Wales newspapers today, it's for your own good.
Yeah.
Fucking
Of
assholes.
course.
Also, slight change from show to Kirsten. I've just made a whiskey sour with the Archie Rose rye that I got, which I haven't done before. I thought I'd give that a go. Yeah.
Nice.
And it's fucking great. Ooh, yeah.
Here in Berlin, everyone's going, well, because we're under lockdown, no one's going to be doing fireworks. But the government has banned the sale of fireworks, which is normally legal in the last few days of the year.
Right.
But they haven't actually made it illegal to set off fireworks in Berlin. So Berlin still,
So if you
last
got some
night,
saved up.
yeah. So everyone's got saved up from last year as well. So and they go off to Poland to get illegal fireworks. They call them. They have a different name from the German name, because of just what they are. And last night, people were setting them off just to test them out. It'll be like this for the next week until Sylvester. And but I think on the other hand, it's okay. Like, it should be happening at all, but it's okay, slightly better than a centralized performance because everyone's just off in little groups. But they shouldn't be in little groups. But that's
there is that. There is that, and there's no getting around that.
Yeah.
But the other thing too.
So, Shook, you're an expat from Australia, aren't you?
yeah.
Whereabouts in Australia did you live when you were here, if you don't mind me asking? Just state.
So hometown is Traralgon. Then I studied in Geelong for 10 years.
Okay.
Right.
all right.
High school. And uni.
Can I ask why you moved to Germany?
To get a job in a city that I wouldn't mind living in. I didn't want to move to Melbourne or Sydney.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Another one of our scientists.
I've heard of
just
so
fucked
many
up.
stories of people with PhDs who have been either headhunted or moved overseas just for jobs. It's
Yeah, when I-
ridiculous.
It sucks
When I-
in
when I got
so
my
many
master's-
bad ways. You know,
when I
Massive
got my
brain
master's in
drain.
sucks ass in a fun way. It just sucks ass in a bad way.
Yeah,
No.
when I got my master's in evolutionary biology, there was no work for that kind of work, like for even a research fellowship over here. It just didn't exist. But if I wanted to go to France, Germany, Sweden, no problems at all.
Yeah.
Your unfortunate barrier would be, of course, you not knowing the language, assuming you don't know the language. So
No. No, there was a thing that I wasn't necessarily headhunted, but I was told that if I applied for, I'd probably get. Where it was a research fellowship over in Sweden, and part of that would have been 2 days a week learning the Swedish language.
Yeah, it's hard. It's
Yeah,
hard. It's like German. It's hard.
Swedish is hard. Yeah, I part of the reason why I want to go up to British Columbia and Canada is on the other side of that border, there's better pay and a shitload of film and TV work. Almost
And
as
also-
Los Angeles.
And also socialized medicine.
Well, yes, but I'm not supposed to say I'm there for their socialized medicine, but that's what I'm actually really there for.
It might irritate a few people. There's definitely a lot more job opportunities up here. You can probably count the number of jobs that you can get in any particular capital city, on your hands, 2 hands, and it's
Well,
So-
funny story. A friend of mine who graduated from Swinburne in computer science. He got a job with Amazon and moved to Seattle. And there in Seattle, in the building he works with, is a whole group of ex-Aussie expats who
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
headhunted by Amazon. And like they get together. Like there's that many.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Abigail, this happens all over the fucking world. There are that
So,
many fucking Aussies in NASA. that
Sergeant, you
fucking-
would have seen.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, AZ. You would have seen like the absolute insanity that is the numbers that go to the New Year's Eve fireworks in Sydney, right?
Mm.
I
Like-
think so. It's like,
It's like
Yes.
20.
Hun-
It's hundreds
100,000,
of
yeah.
thousands of people. Yeah. So there was a thing that I was reading literally last night that some polls are already showing that there is upwards of 50,000 fucking people that are still going to be going on New Year's Eve for the 7 minutes at midnight fireworks show. So like they're going to arrive at like 11:30 as opposed to being there all night and then travel home. So it's just like this
That
one
is
massive.
like American level super spreading shit right there.
It
Yeah,
is. It is.
It's a fucking
A
super
place
spreader.
that's actually having an outbreak, having a super spreader event. They know it's a super spreader event. They know they should cancel it. Berejiklian doesn't have the guts to do it, and because they've been doing really well with containing this outbreak. They've done 100,000 tests, and there's so far only about 80 positives. So they're actually, the evidence so far is they're doing a good job in containing this, and yet they're going to blithely risk throwing it all away by reducing restrictions over Christmas and then letting people gather in a massive crowd for the fucking fire.
That's enough to just infect the whole country, 50,000 people, and they're all going to travel throughout, all back towards both us. And that is,
Aren't the borders to New South Wales closed at the
The
moment?
borders are closed.
No one from New South Wales can go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of my in-laws were up for the wedding that I had on last weekend, and they all very hurriedly buggered off back home. I think it was yesterday, before the borders shut down.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like at the moment, so the main outbreak is in a place called the Northern Beaches, and it's like around that area they've got like slightly stronger restrictions than the rest of Greater Sydney. You could only have 5 people in, but they had to be from that area. They couldn't be from outside of that area, and blah blah blah. But if you're outside, even in those areas, you can have a gathering of up to 100 people perfectly fine.
Oh, okay.
They've done good, but they're risking blowing it all in a
pissing it away. It's obvious.
And people are upset that the fucking Sydney to Hobart got cancelled.
Fuck
just
those
like-
rich fucks. Fuck those rich fucks.
Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? More than that as well. Who the fuck cares about New Year's Eve on fucking fireworks on New Year's Eve? Just fucking hell. If they wanted to do it right, and everybody talking about setting off fireworks is what's reminded me of this. If they wanted to do it right, they would have turned around to people and said, tell you what, it's really easy to get a fireworks permit this year, provided that you do it right for the small gathering in your home, with the appropriate supervision, all of that sort of stuff. We'll set up little pop-up fireworks stores around the place for you to go out and buy some fireworks just for this one
Damn
time.
straight.
Just
Would have
let off
stopped
your.
it all.
And
Just
this
let
is
it.
actually also what I worry about, Grasshopper, is that in Australia there is enough people who know how to make bombs who are going to go, fuck this, in Melbourne this year. I'm going to make my own fucking bomb to make my bangs for my kids' fucking parents' fucking people. And unfortunately, there's not enough people who know how to make bombs that go off properly. They just know how to make them go bang. I've seen enough people fuck this shit up really well. And I am scared to think of the fucking injuries that are going to happen in the Melbourne hospitals on New Year's Eve, because we're going to get lots of missing fingers, hands, and faces.
Well, no one think of the rich people with yachts.
Yeah. That's my favorite, that the rich fucks waste, because they came from all around the world and they spent all their money and they've been, and at the last minute, their fucking thing got cancelled. And I was like, you rich fucks, get fucked.
What?
Oh, go to fucking MoMA and fucking cry about it over some Chardonnay. You'll be right.
Well, 80, that's the problem with in Germany is that people will let off fireworks and they will get injured. Now, that's normal. That's really normal in Europe. People like have injuries from New Year's. It's pretty normal.
Yeah.
However, this year is different. Pretty much 90, not 90%, but a good majority of the intensive care wards are full of COVID or other people who are struggling to find spaces. Then you add in like heavy injuries to that shit, like blown off fingers that need to be reattached. No. But
oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of people without fucking without bits of limbs.
Yeah.
There was that old saying going around for ages. It was not that I necessarily believe in natural selection, but I'm saying that we should take the warning labels off everything and let the problem sort itself out. It feels very much like that where fireworks are concerned.
It's going to be like that if
it's going to be like that.
If
this year,
if the infection rate keeps
going to be like that. Yeah.
If the infection rate in Berlin and the rest of Germany keeps the same way it is or doesn't go down at all, it's going to be like that. It's going to be triage and people are going to basically
Speaking of that, I was just reading a bunch of news articles about how the new UK variant is. Now, I'm not sure how it's so much more spreadable, but it is. Maybe it's becoming more airborne, or I don't know. But they're now saying there's a chance that it may be infecting children, and it looks to be leading to more hospitalizations than the previous strain they had there. And that a lot of people are preparing it for it to spread internationally already, because people have already gone out of the UK in the past couple months. So.
It's one of the biggest problems with COVID is because it is such a rapid spreader. Its mutation is just
inevitable.
Off the charts. Yeah,
it's inevitable. It's going to keep mutating because they keep fucking spreading it.
No, it mutates every time that it goes from person to person, but it's the mutation that it could go through that would make it immune to the vaccine that's coming out, for instance, is a real fucking worry.
Yeah, they're thinking this strain it can probably infect children. It's probably more deadly and way more transmissible, but it still works with the vaccine because the vaccine is with a certain protein that attaches to it.
It's the thing they developed in Melbourne.
We need the vaccine as of yesterday. Don't get me wrong, but it is just one of those things that I wish. I've heard health professionals say it, but I just kind of wish that people would actually pay fucking attention. Is that we need to slow down the reinfection rate of this fucking virus, not just because people are going to get sick and because people are going to die. It's because it could mutate. It's like super bacteria. You know, all of these antibacterial soaps and antibiotics for fucking viral infections and all of this sort of stuff has given us super bacteria that will fuck your shit up and or kill you straight off the bat if you are unlucky enough to get it. This COVID is spreading so fucking fast.
Grasshopper.
Yeah, because the thing they're worried about here in the U.S. is that the hospitals, the health system, the hospital systems, that they are on the verge of collapse. If there is a Christmas surge, there will be no hospital to treat you.
Yeah, but if they keep on spreading it often, like more and more and more, the chances of it mutating to the point that the vaccine isn't fucking effective, or the existing treatments that we've got aren't as effective, more people are going to fucking die, and the lockdowns are going to be the least of our fucking worries. Literally the least of our fucking worries.
That is the other side of it. It's not just it's not the hospital side of things. Like you worry about that's one side, and this is what Grasshopper is saying. That's the other aspect.
Yeah, and the other thing I worry about is the healthcare workers, especially in the United States. Is there's only 200,000 doctors in the United States, and that was pre-pandemic. How many of them have died? How many of them are going to die? Who is going to treat you? Yeah, who is going to treat you after the pandemic is over? How many doctors will be left standing? It's fucking terrifying.
No,
Yeah.
the idea that like there are some people out there that I think that are operating under the misconception that when we've got full herd immunity going, say, let's just talk completely hypothetical here. Okay, this date next year, everyone's had the vaccine. Herd immunity is a thing. COVID-19 is a thing of the past,
No.
right? Hypothetical. Okay, strictly hypothetical. Let's move on from COVID and have a look at the rest of the knock-on effect that this has had on industry, healthcare, mental health care, housing, fucking everything like that.
Yeah,
The
the U.S.
cleanup-
economy is gonna crumble. It's
not
so
just
close.
the U.S. economy, dude. It's not just the U.S. economy. It's fucking
Yeah.
everywhere, especially in
everywhere.
countries that aren't doing anywhere near enough to fucking curb the spread.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
it's the cleanup bill from it is going to be fucking insane for these countries, and people
Yeah.
can't seem to fucking look past the nose on their own fucking faces. The selfishness bullshit of these fucking anti-mask fucking morons, the rhetoric of the COVID-19 is a government conspiracy fuckwits.
Oh, these
Like,
dickheads, yes.
they are the fucking worst of it in like what's happening right now. They're endangering people's lives. But the people who are like, no, COVID is a real thing, but if I get it, I'm young, I'm healthy, I'll be fine. They're the fuckwits that are like, yeah, but after this shit's finished, the cleanup bill, are you going to be there to fucking help out with the cleanup bill? Because I highly doubt it.
Grasshopper, the thing that terrifies me about this is that motherfuckers who are Angry's age and my age went through a time when we were sacrificed for productivity, and we got it poor and hard for a long time. And you yourself have gone through a couple of recessions that you knew that it sucked and it was hard, and you knew what it was like to live on fucking brown rice and fucking 2-minute noodles. The millennials came through in a big wave of economic power and have gone through with a lot of money and a lot of economic spending at their disposal. After this happens, a lot of the infrastructure that keeps that alive is going to fall apart, and they are all of a sudden going to live in a world where their house is worth nothing, where their savings are worth nothing, and where their job is worth nothing, and where their innovation isn't innovating, and they're worth nothing. And I see these kids jumping jobs every 6 months because they're bored, expecting treats and pay raises every 30 seconds. And there is no resilience there without them pushing the economic barrel that they push just by weight of numbers. There's a lot of shit going to fall apart. I require that shit to keep going, otherwise I'm fucked. And when these kids fucking turn around and go, oh, I can't have my third bottle of musket, therefore I must immediately stop fucking spending everything, or when their house price goes down, and they shit themselves because they're suddenly paying a mortgage on a house that's not worth it anymore, and they shit themselves because it goes down even more, and they realise that they've got to keep working at a job that they don't like, and the bosses who every fucking time this happens, every single fucking time this happens, ask Angry, they go, I've got you by the balls. You are not getting a raise. You're not getting any more money. You're getting less money. You're going to do more work. The money's going to go one way. That's to me. And I'm going to spend it on imported luxury goods.
So
and what happens is you choke fuck the economy, and
there's something that needs to be
starts
injected
to
there,
grind to a halt.
There's something that needs to be injected there, though, AZ. But very quickly, I just want to say before, if they leave again, Fox. Now that I can see you, Merry Christmas, love you heaps. Moving on from that, we've got a lot more innovation happening because of COVID in terms of people working from home, telehealth conferencing, all of the like. as they say, necessity is the mother of all invention, and there's been a
Yeah.
lot of innovation around the world in order to better help us through this pandemic. I do
However,
believe
remember too
that is going to help.
We've created a very definite two-system world where there's those who are information rich and those who are information poor. And the information poor are fucked. They've got nothing.
The information poor have the internet, and the information poor are becoming less and less. They do still exist, but they are becoming less and less. This is why things like the Murdoch Empire and shit like that is fucking rapidly falling, is thanks to the internet.
I really, really wish I really, really wish I believed it, what you're saying 100%. I do wish I believed that, but I see these people on a regular basis, on a daily basis. Because remember, I stand in a fucking junkie line every day, and I see these folks, and there's a lot of them who basically are not catching up, and they are not. They're not taking advantage of the self-education that you can have when you're sitting in front of the internet. What they're taking advantage of is the entertainment value of the internet. You know, give me the candy of the internet, not the I want to find stuff out. I want to find out the powerful things that make me more effective.
They don't want to eat their greens. They just want to have the candy. I get what you're saying.
That's it. That's it. And there's so much of that going on. And this is what I'm talking about when I say the information poor, is that every time their hit comes, they don't know it's coming, they get slapped. They get slapped hard, and they go, "Fuck! I've all of a sudden going to pay more for something that I thought I didn't need, but I'm being told I have to have."
Well, from personal experience for me, with my goddaughters, my nieces and nephews that I've watched, it's been a little bit different. One of my brother-in-laws is one of the hardest right-wing, stop the boats, Tony Abbott's the best type fucking mouthpieces you've ever met before in your life. All of his kids used to sprout the same shit as him because that's what Daddy said. And of course what Daddy said went. But when Daddy got the internet connected to their house, all of a sudden, all of these kids, none of them will raise the topic of politics at home when they go home anymore, because they can't stand hearing what their dad's got to say because they know he's wrong. You know, and it's the same for my goddaughters.
I see a lot of that, and that gives me heart.
Yeah,
that
we are getting people who are better educated on things. But I think that, like, where the pandemic is concerned, on this one specific point, we are living in a generation that hasn't seen polio. We're living in a generation that hasn't seen, or like not to the extent that it used to happen, but like, you know, death from smallpox and polio.
They don't know what spina bifida is. They have never seen the DTs.
They know what that is.
They've never seen fucking they've never seen fucking congenital defects that we used to grow up with as kids. Because Australia's been doping its water and its food for years for health reasons, and its alcohol for years for health reasons, and it's never hurt anyone. It's beautiful. It's fucking. I love this country for that. You know.
No, it's about vaccines. It's all about vaccines. It really is. Like polio is. Yeah, polio, measles, all of that sort of shit. It can be, like, polio is a thing of the past. Measles could be a thing of the past. All of these sorts of different things from vaccines. So we're living in generations that have not seen this. They honestly don't understand the ramifications of that.
Get it.
Now, I'm one of those. But I understand it from studying history, especially in biology. I get it. But I didn't live through it the way that my dad did, the way that you and Ozzy most likely had to for a short amount of time there.
Or grandparents rather.
Yeah. So I think that when it comes to like dealing with the new generations, they're trying to deal with what's in front of them right now, which is just the pandemic. That's all they've got in front of them. I don't think that they understand the aftermath of the cleanup bill that is going to be that is going to need to be paid in order to get this shit sorted. It's only recently that the newer generations are starting to understand that trying to stop all of the greenhouse emissions from all of the industrialized countries in the world isn't necessarily about stopping climate change. It's about cleaning up the mess that we've already made easier.
Hey,
You know?
look, I'm going to change the topic because I found something that's fucking hilarious.
Okay.
Awesome.
It's Alan Jones was suing SBS because a comedy show on SBS ran a segment that said Alan Jones is a piece of shit. Like when Jones retired from TGB, they celebrated his career by saying what a filthy racist piece of shit he was. And so Jones sued them, which was always going to be a mistake to sue a comedy show for saying you're a piece of shit. Now, Jones has just settled the defamation suit with them. And Jones is saying all that stuff about I'm a racist and I was a disgraceful high school teacher was not true. Oh, it's defamation. SBS filed a defense of truth to the imputations that Jones was a racist, a misogynist, a liar, and a disgraceful high school teacher. SBS also denied the meanings claimed by Jones, pleaded the defense of honest opinion, and asserted that Jones's reputation was already so bad it could not be damaged by the broadcast. So Jones has withdrawn the thing. And the only concession Jones got from SBS, they took the segment down from their website and said they wouldn't broadcast it again. SBS said under the terms, the networks were not required to provide an apology or financial compensation to Mr. Jones. So Jones, has, the most he could get is SBS said, oh, to make you fuck off, we'll take it off our website. But our defense is still that we were telling the truth, you piece of shit.
That's
I love that.
beautiful.
Fuck knows how much
I love
on
that
lawyers.
so much that I fucking
Yes,
wet my pants.
And he just has the humiliation of SBS's defense being, we were just telling the truth. You know, you were an absolutely horrible person.
Did I tell you about the time that I heard his? Did I
sometimes
tell you about the
when
time
you
that I
write-
heard his feelings, Ozzy?
You hurt Alan Jones's feelings.
I did.
That's
How'd
not
you do that?
hard.
I did. I was out at a place where he was doing a like a little bit of a live show, and after he was leaving the live show, he was handing out autographs, and he came up to me with like a autograph picture of himself. He said, "Would you like this?" And I went, "Mate, you couldn't pay me to take it off your hands." And yeah, no, he was very upset with that and just kind of grunted at me and walked off. And I was just like, "Fuck you."
Fuck you.
But yeah, no, he's
Yeah.
right. Like the SBS said, yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. Anybody with half a brain.
But sometimes, just sometimes, writing down posing as sodomite is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
You know, fuck him.
Not in a million years. There's not enough fucking alcohol on the face of the planet.
I've seen some pretty nasty fucks in my time.
Yeah. I was just seeing Annette writing in the comments, oh, I just wrapped the gun. And I thought, what the fuck are we doing? But Annette means
the salt gun.
Annette got one of these, the bug assault. I'm just waiting more till we get more summer weather and flies actually make their way into my house. And then I am hunting them up.
The one time you want flies to come.
Because I've got a gun. I've got a gun.
Hey, I'll tell you a little story about flies.
All right.
In Australia, we have a lot of flies, and they're bad, and they're nasty, and they're horrible, and they make diseases happen, and they're fucked. And the CSIRO, who we fucking really should get down on our knees and say we are not worthy because they do magical fucking work for no money and no glory. Fucking made a program to eradicate flies in Australia. The program would run for 10 years, and it was fuck me dead because the CSIRO scientists are brilliant, especially the biological side of CSIRO. Because they got a lot of funding because of farming. Malcolm Fraser got the option to go physics or farming, and he said, I'll appease the nationals and go farming. And so we got a lot of money in biology, and we're very good at genetic engineering.
What the hell was that?
Arming stuff. I don't know.
I don't know. Something I had for dinner? I don't know.
Anyway, so they had this fly program. And this fly program was going along, and John Howard came along 8 years into the fly program and said, why are we still funding this fly program? I don't see any flies around. And they said, no. There's 2 years to go, and it'll work. Well, I don't see any flies around. We'll stop funding it. And who fucking knew? But 5 years later, all the flies were back. John Howard fucking gutted Cricket Australia, right? All the coaches fucked off overseas to other countries. Then, fuck me, 10 years later, Australia's cricket team starts to take it in the arse every time they play another country. And John Howard has the gall to fucking run a commission of inquiry as to why our fucking cricket team is not doing as good as it should.
Didn't he try
This
to
is
like become
the
a member
kind
of
of
the?
thinking that
Didn't John Howard try to become a member of the cricket board after he was PM and got turned down?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, because they fucking shat on him from a great height, basically going, you fucked us, and then you fucked us again, and then you fucked us again, and you want in, and you can fuck off. Because he calls himself a great cricket tragic, and he wrote a letter to Don Bradman, and Don Bradman wrote back, and, you know, it's a great formative moment of his life, you know, that and when he was nailed to a tree in Geelong Grammar. Sorry, I probably made that last bit up, but I think that was a fantasy that I wanted to happen. Anyway,
Abigail, what game are you playing there?
Elite Dangerous.
Ah, that's what I thought. Cool. Yeah, no, oh god, fucking John Howard. Like, my eyebrows do the whole like curl up and around thing, as well as do the whole aggro thing. The girls that I go and see at the beauty base, whenever I get my eyebrows done, I always turn around to them and go, look, I'm looking a little bit too much like John Howard for my liking, and they always love that comment.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever I go
'Cause-
to my barber, they delicately say, would you like your eyebrows done? I say, fuck yes. They go,
Yeah.
oh, good. So you get it then, and they fucking really get into it with the shears and fucking get the hacksaw out and fucking get the blowtorch going, and I go, yeah, fucking go hard.
As I keep on saying to people, John Howard didn't stay in power because he was good. He stayed in power for the longest of times because of lack of better choice. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but Mark Latham and Kim Beazley were a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Kim Beazley was the wrong guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he knew it. He knew it. And then fucking Mark Latham just... He actually typified the problem with the Labor Party is every time they get in, they eat themselves. And he forgot to get in before he ate himself. Usually you've got to wait till you get in before you eat yourself as the Labor Party, but they just ate themselves first. This is what they do every fucking time. Usually they fix up the economy and then they eat themselves, which is
very quickly, a huge hello to L3D Tube on YouTube, who's just said hello to us. Sorry,
Hello.
continue, Razy.
Hey, L3.
How you doing? So yeah, and also everyone was sucked into this whole fucking I've got the fucking economy back into not deficit, surplus. And what it was he stopped spending money on infrastructure. So there were roads that were literally falling apart. They shut down schools. They shut down fucking public amenities all over the place. Hospitals had thousands of beds in them, but no staff. It was falling apart all over the place. The train lines were getting so bad that freight trains were floating on rails that were not actually bedding into the packing. There was my mother-in-law when I was married. She worked at a heat exchanger company that lived in Coffs Harbour, and they made a big oil heat exchanger, gas heat exchanger for a mining company over in Western Australia. And the idea was to stick it on 3 or 4 or 5 big trucks and truck it across the country to Perth. And they realised the roads were so bad that they couldn't take it across the country. So the local national member said, shut the fuck up about this, put it on a boat for $3.5 million more. We will pay for it. You will say nothing about this, and we will just get it done. And it got over there late and over budget, and nobody was any the wiser. And shit like this was going on all the time because
Sorry.
it was.
Sorry, I just got an email. Sorry, I ordered two AMD 5950Xs on the day of fucking release. I just got the email that they have finally been shipped.
Yay!
Fuck.
Wow.
How
cool.
long ago was this?
How long ago was this? Let me have a look at the email for
It's
the
been
order.
a couple of months, hasn't it?
It's been months. It's been months. Hang on. Let
Been
me
a
just
hot
find.
minute.
Hang on. So my order went in on November 6th, 2020.
Fuck.
Dang.
2 months. There you go.
Yeah, I had a bed in like April shipped out to me, and then like a month later it didn't show up, and my back hurt because I was, not sleeping on anything useful, and so I just was. So I just I called the guy. I'm like, can you just send me another bed? And so a month after that, I got 2 beds on my front porch.
No,
Yeah. Now I've just got to wait for a fucking 3080 to be in stock somewhere, and I'll finally be able
Yeah.
to do a build for one of my clients, which will be great if they could get it before the fucking new year. Goddamn scalpers.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Ask
one of those.
anyone who's trying to get a PS5 at the moment.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Why would you want a
Also,
PS5? There isn't anything to
private
play on.
chat. There's some things that you probably
I've got
enjoy.
a question for young people
You
in
can
the
play
know.
Cyberpunk 2077. I think.
Can't play that.
Hey,
Yeah.
And maybe, I don't know.
Camping's fun.
Ask your question, AZ.
My question is, I sometimes see on posters for rock events and musical minstrel events 30-70 or 70-30. I don't know which way around it goes. What the fuck does that mean?
3070 would be correct way. 30 is the series it is, and 70 I'm not sure of.
Okay, so I know like 3070 for me means a graphics card in a PC. I don't know about a music event. I avoid all sorts of musical events like the fucking plague. I can't.
Also,
There's
musical minstrel is a tautology.
Yes.
Not necessarily. There were
Yeah, I got
storyteller minstrels. Thank you.
I got no
But
idea
thank
what
you.
3070 is.
No, I avoid.
3070 is an NVIDIA graphics card.
Yeah, the only
Pretty good one too.
the only band that I will go out to see live is Apocalyptica. They're the only band that I will make that effort for, and usually
That
because
makes
it's a pretty
sense.
small
I
one.
believe that.
And one
but
of those that's still,
speaking of
TX
minstrels,
2070
there's a doco about Shane McGowan. And,
Who?
Shane McGowan, singer-songwriter from the Pogues, he's what you would call a troubled minstrel, as in he was an absolute poet. He was an absolute poet, but he was a serious fucking alcoholic.
Fucking very serious alcoholic.
And how he's still alive, I don't know. Him being alive is actually slightly more surprising than AIDS being alive.
True story. True fucking story.
That's how I
That's
like
saying
it.
something.
True fucking story.
So he
I
was a
thought
serious
I was
alcoholic.
in a much better position than Shane McGowan.
Yeah.
In times when I was being told by doctors, you are going to die now.
Mhm.
And I was going, no, I'm still better than Shane McGowan.
Mhm.
And he's fucking kicking on.
I mean, and that's true. You didn't die, so maybe you should be a doctor.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know if
But
it's
did
good
you die?
because apparently
No,
Shane
then
McGowan
good.
refuses to do interviews. So the doco does not have Shane McGowan in it. So I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. He used to do interviews in the past. There was an hilarious one that my mate Ben had on vinyl, but I saw the video once. It was for French TV. The Pogues were doing a show in France, Paris, I suppose, and Shane McGowan's talking to this French journalist, and they're in a pub, and Shane McGowan's just got like 6 empty pint glasses in front of him, and the journalist has got like 1 drink in front of him, and they're talking. At the critical moment of the interview came because they'd been talking about alcohol and whatnot. And he goes, and he said, "Do you drink before performing?" And Shane goes, "I'll have 2 or 3 bottles." And the French guy goes, "Did you say 2 or 3 bottles?" And he was, 750ml bottles of beer. And did you say 2 or 3 bottles? And Shane McGowan just laughs. He goes, "With my meal. It's with my meal." And the French guy is going, "How are you upright? What the fuck is going on here?"
Apparently, Andre the Giant, the wrestler, when he was still alive, would apparently take the free drinks on a flight thing to a little bit of the extreme every time that he needed to fly somewhere. He was a heavy fucking drinker, and there was apparently a flight that he was on once. It went for 6 hours, and he drank 70 fucking cans of beer. 70.
But he has the mass of 4 or 5 people, so you have to take that into account. That's like a normal person drinking 20, which is too much. A normal person drinking a dozen beers is too much.
I couldn't drink that much fucking water in that amount of time, let alone fucking beer.
Have you ever tried?
David Boone.
You should get working on that there.
Have you ever tried to join the 100 Club?
Yeah.
The 100 Club?
Drink 100 beers between Australia and London.
It's 100 shots of beer in 100 minutes. So, the minutes are spread out over 3 minutes. So it's 1 minute shot, and then 2 minutes after after you poured that shot, you drink the next one. So you drink a shot, 2 minutes, drink a shot, and it's only a shot of beer. It's really only 5.5 stubbies of beer, and it only takes 1 hour and 3/4 to do. It's 100 minutes, it's the most alcoholically damaging thing that I think I've ever done to myself, and I've only ever got it to 80 before I've become a fucking drooling mess.
So just very quickly, sorry. It is 1 minute past midnight. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Crispy Crimbo, everyone.
Happy Kwanzaa, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy Hanukkah. Happy holidays, whatever.
Bah humbug.
I just looked it up. Booney, David Boone, Australian cricketer, professional world-class athlete, drank 52 cans. 52 cans of beer on a flight from Sydney to London. So that is over. That's like I don't know. That's like
the 80s cricket team. The cricket team in like that period were just pissheads and like overweight, and I don't know how they did it.
And talking about Booney being a world-class athlete, he was basically my physique, and he was one of the best in the world. He's competing at the top level while being an out-of-shape pisshead, which is fucking awesome. That's just fucking awesome.
The Australian cricket team in the 1980s used to get fined $1,000 if they came out of the batsmen's boxes still holding their cigarettes. If they got sprung with a cigarette in their hand as they were coming out of the batsman's box, and you would see them every time come out of the batsman's box and go and flick it down the down into the trench that the footballers come out of. Merry Christmas, Stella.
Stella. Best Christmas movie ever.
The best Christmas line ever.
Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho.
Fucking fuck those guys, they used to smoke and drink, and the Warren brothers would come home and their father would go, so what was your average? And Shane Warne There was
No, I think
Mark
you're mixing
Warren-
up Shane Warne and
the
War Brothers.
The War
Yeah.
Brothers, yeah.
And
Thank you. The War Brothers would come home and they go, "What was your average?" And they go, "Oh, 13 or 18." And everyone would go, No. It was up around 50, up around 60. And I was like, no, that was how many roots they had while they were away. And one of the wars was famous because he was getting shit as a batsman while he was playing a Sheffield Shield game. And this slipsman was fucking giving it to him. And he turned around and said, "Listen, cunt, the sticker on my bat is worth more than your fucking house. So stick it in your ass." And then played on.
So I just want to say, Ellen in the chat saying Merry Christmas Eve. We literally just passed into Christmas here. Where are you, Ellen? We all just did the Christmas victory lap because
after midnight. Oh shit! I gotta celebrate the new year.
Yeah. No. Last New Year, because Stella was on and she's in Western Australia and there's a 3-hour time difference, we kept the stream going past 3 a.m. just so we could say Happy New Year for Western Australia as well.
Fucking oath.
Nice. Are we doing a stream this year for New Year's Eve?
Oh fuck yeah! I've got nowhere to be. Yeah. I don't want to go out. I don't want to see people. I'm going to stay at home.
Usually I would go on my roof and watch the fucking fireworks, but this year I'm just going to fucking shut the gate and tell everyone to fuck off.
I unfortunately will not be in for the New Year's stream. I will be having a small close friends New Year's LAN to bring in the New Year.
Grasshopper actually has a social life. Look out! Okay.
Our normal pool
people.
Well, we normally.
Are you accepting dial-ins?
Abigail, we could talk. I have a VPN.
There you go.
Sweet. Nice.
Having said that, normally we have a what we refer to as the pool party of doom, which is just full of alcohol and debauchery. But COVID being a thing, unfortunately, that won't be happening this year.
God, I could use some debauchery right about now.
Our pool parties are the stuff of legend and not suitable for stories until the after party. Trust me on that one.
Nice.
I haven't been to an event like that in a while.
Dude, you haven't invited me to one of these pool parties, man.
AZ, I didn't even know your real name the last time that I went to one of those parties. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We can fix all of this. We can make all of this better.
Yeah.
I can't put anything because they have dogs at the airports, but I'm sure we know people.
Yeah. So I just want to catch up with Ellen, who is in America. So you've got a while to go to Christmas. Chris is in America. So Duke is in Berlin. The rest of us are in Australia. So we've got a few time zones happening here.
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
Fewer than sometimes, because we've had people from different parts of the States, different parts of Europe at different live streams. So I think we've actually only got 3 different time streams, because I think Australians were all East Coast. Sometimes we have people in different time zones here.
Yeah. Sometimes you have Adelaideans, and we just.
What time is it in Berlin?
I think it's
Ask Google.
2.
2 what?
2 p.m.
PM. See, that's how bad I am with time zones. I didn't even know.
We're 10 hours behind you.
2 p.m.
2
5 a.m.
Or GMT +1, I think.
Okay.
Like I said at the beginning of this, I've got a massive cleanup bill that I really should get into if I'm going to have any chance of getting to bed before the sun rises.
All right.
So I'm just going to say Merry Christmas to you all. Love you all. Abigail, I will send you a text in a couple of days in regards to dialing in on a VPN if you would be interested.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas to you,
absolutely.
Grasshopper.
Yeah,
Thank you for your wisdom and your time.
I'll send you a text and we can make it happen. Other than that, everybody watching, Merry Christmas. Hope you have a fantastic day. And if I don't get to see you beforehand, I'll see you guys next year.
Rock and roll.
Bye.
See you then.
Oh, L3's in Holland. There you go. I forgot that. I know Stella is different time zone in the chat. I was kind of referring to people who are on cam. But yes, in chat we tend to get some real diversity of time zone in the chat.
We used to have this Indian guy who would, I don't know where he's gone, Rajiv. He used to he never used to come on, but he used to chat with us in the stream. And he used to always apologise for my English being so bad. It was fucking better than mine, and he could type faster than I could fucking read.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get when someone says, I'm sorry for my English, because usually it's better than yours, almost always.
Yeah. And this guy would go, I apologise for my poor English, and then
Ellen,
and he would
sorry,
say like the most profound shit, and I'd go, yeah.
Sorry, Ellen, 5 a.m. Does that mean you're an early riser or an insomniac? It's always interesting.
I'm an insomniac.
I know. We've established you're the insomniac, Chris.
Brother Chris.
Column A, column B.
It's okay, though. My girlfriend is, too, so it's fantastic for productivity.
Oh, well, that works. I did see someone quoting a nice historical joke. I forget who it was. It was someone relatively famous, about 100 years ago, going to be like a professor at one of the English universities. And I think it was one of the Catholic universities. And he was a writer. And when he takes up residence at the university, someone says, there's a compulsory church service every day at 6 a.m. And he thought about it for a minute and went, yeah, I could probably stay up that late. I'm not sure you're going to fit in there.
You wouldn't catch me going to church at any time for love or money, unless it's a wedding or a funeral.
Yeah. Oh, Ellen's actually an early riser. Okay, that makes almost everyone from the odd time zones we get are insomniacs.
Or it's the middle of the day, as you can see.
Middle of the day, yeah. Well, I mean,
we're just here during your business hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, why aren't you working?
Yeah, why aren't I working? It's a good question.
What the hell? These fucking lazy Germans.
Lazy Australians in Germany.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, get it right.
No, I'm unemployed until start of January. I'm on holiday. I quit my job like 2 or 3 months ago, and
you're starting a new one in Jan. Okay.
Yeah, I needed to get some health issues sorted out, and I sorted them out, sort of. And I actually wanted to start in December because I was sorting them out really quickly.
Yeah.
And it turns out the company got bought up by another company, and they have a really bureaucratic process of recruitment. So they just want to keep it simple.
Okay.
So what you're trying to tell me is that you need to see a doctor and you got to see one. What's that like?
Yeah.
You're not even trying to see a fucking dentist for 6 months. Bye.
Well,
see, what you've got to do, Chris, is you've got to go to your local dental college, where they're teaching dentists to be dentists. And you've got to rock up and say, I wouldn't mind if a dentist student looked at me. And the dentist student is so shit scared of getting bad marks that they're constantly asking their real dentist teacher if they're doing okay. And their real dentist teacher is asking the professor if they're doing okay. So as a poor as scum nobody junkie, I was getting $7,000 an hour's worth of fucking dental treatment for the very hefty price of $23.50 a year. Now, I think that's harsh.
Like for me, the issue is that I have the insurance, I have Medicare, so there's very few dentists in town that will take it. And the problem I've been having is just since I've moved back, they haven't been open or answering the phone. So I don't know if they're closed for COVID or what's going on. And I said I'll wait for them to pick up the phone. Really?
Fucking not bothering me. Am I bothering you?
No.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. When you come
All right.
or if you come in.
Yeah.
Sorry, things there. All right. Stella's had 2 hours sleep in the last 24 hours because a mate decided on a whim to drive 800 kilometers.
Yeah, after you've done so much work on it.
To get Chris. Sorry, Stella's just driven
this
an
guy on the top
800.
left here is my actual boss, and I've got to actually focus.
Stella's driven an 800. Well, you were having a fucking conversation with. Hello.
Hi there. You were a little busy here, okay?
I've got to be nice to him. He's the boss of the
My
house's
God.
father. See,
Cut him
he's my
off.
father-in-law.
Cut him off.
Okay.
We've met, you know.
Yeah, actually.
I
Sorry.
drove you over there
Sorry.
one time.
He's right. He's
Yeah.
right. Thanks, man. Appreciate
So
it.
sorry, Stella
So-
had just done an 800-kilometer round trip to get Christmas seafood. That's one of those impulse things. When I'm an insomniac, I'm not going to sleep anyway. Let's do an 800-kilometer round trip.
That is probably the best idea I've heard all year. Congratulations.
Did you drive
Sorry,
to the
what?
coast and then go fishing? Or?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Bob, were you going to say something, or?
I was just going to convert that for Chris and any other Americans. That is 400 and let's say 500
Yeah,
miles.
yeah, it's a long fucking way.
It's a long fucking way. But the
497,097 miles.
thing is, in Australia though,
So 500
Fox,
miles.
as you know, you fucking get people saying, "Oh, yeah, I had to drive 1,000 kilometers here, or fucking 800 kilometers there, or 500 kilometers there," and you go, "Oh yeah, right, big drive," and it's like, you know, then you talk to Europeans and they go, "How many countries did you cross?" And you go, "Well, I didn't actually get out of the States."
Yeah, like here in the States, you can kind of do that. But like for me, I rarely drive more than 80 miles out of where I live. Like that's the ocean, that's the mountains, that's the river, that's downtown. I mean, hell, 20 more miles, I'm in Seattle. Like from Portland, you know, like
Yeah, that
that's
blows my mind.
Yeah.
hard. Like if I
blows
drive
my
that
fucking mind.
far, I'm going to the
Yeah.
East Coast.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like,
in Australia, if you want one of those things, you've got to pick one of
Yeah.
them and
Yeah.
go there for a week.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's how long it's going to take you to get one of them. If you want a river, you've got to fight farmers with guns. And
Hey, that sounds like fun, dude. I gotta visit.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ellen's getting
Bring
Ellen's in
your
the
American
process
rights
of getting
with you.
her GED and going to enroll in an art
know,
institute
Merry
because
Christmas
art
to
and
you,
media is your passion. That's
Ooh,
awesome. That is awesome. You're getting in and doing stuff. Love it.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, see, I'm excited. The New Year's when we go to the coast, I'm gonna get my smoked salmon fettuccine, and it's that fresh Pacific Coast salmon right there from the ocean. So fucking good.
nice.
I'm so
Nice.
excited, and it's only 45 minutes away. I love living there.
It's very nice. That's
I
very
love
nice.
Portland. Portland's great. Victoria, Canada's a lot
Hey,
better, but
if
Portland's great.
sushi, I had some leftover sushi from dinner tonight, and I put it in the fridge. It'll be okay tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah,
will
it's
be.
very sure.
Abigail, I asked at the start, was it good sushi?
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah,
It
no,
wasn't
you're right.
great, but it was serviceable.
It wasn't servo
Sorry?
sushi.
It wasn't servo sushi.
It wasn't
no.
servo station. It wasn't
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
I actually found a
That's
sushi restaurant
advantage.
in Melbourne that was run by Japanese, and I fucking died and went to heaven. I fucking put on maybe 5 kilos.
What
I
Oh,
don't
There's
remember
this whole
the
place
name
in
of the
downtown Portland. They do
restaurant.
fantastic sushi, and it's owned by Japanese. They got a Japanese cook back there. Oh my god, it's heaven.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I would go there and learn a new Japanese word, and my domo arigato was getting very fucking good. And unfortunately, because I was a massive junkie, I would also borrow their staff toilet key and go up there and eat my 400 pills. It wasn't 400 pills, for fuck's sake. It was only it was only 214 pills. And then they would, yeah.
What about
let me
2
go down and
days?
eat
Would it
more
last 2
sushi.
days?
And then I would go and meet Angry and we would go to work.
If it stays in the fridge, Abigail, 2 days would be okay.
Okay.
but
2 days
yeah.
fine, yeah.
What about 3 days?
Not 3 days.
No, because
Okay.
I'm going to a Christmas thing tomorrow,
Yeah.
and they're gonna give me food, and I'm not gonna eat the sushi tomorrow because
Yeah. It's like
I'll be
yeah.
eating too
like-
much.
Yeah, so I'm going to be away for a week, and my power's being cut off in 3 days. Will the sushi be okay when I get back?
You know what? If you want some good, you know what? If you want a fun story, go ahead and eat that sushi.
Yeah.
Oh god.
One of my favorite Japanese places in the CBD had like a sushi master there. It changed now. Now it's a barbecue place, but he was cool. Just sit at the counter and watch him working with his knives and shit.
Oh yeah,
And he was
Speaking
really
of
good at it too.
Japanese places in Melbourne. Speaking of Japanese places in Melbourne, I don't know if it still exists.
I'm getting sushi tomorrow.
It's in
Target Mall. It was in the.
Angry
It was in
AZ.
Target
You'll be able
Mall,
to
and
help me
they're
with
gone.
this.
They're gone. I went back to find them, and then they're fucking closed boutique
no.
by Vietnamese, and I cried and cried and cried.
I don't know. I don't remember the street. It had the torii gate, the traditional Japanese archway. As you seem to be remembering, it was a Japanese place on that exact street, on that exact stretch.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know where it was, and it's not.
Good night.
Going to sleep. Good night, Kirsten.
Live long and prosper.
I'm probably going to go to sleep soon, for that matter.
Good night. I'm so tired.
Yeah. It's like I'm remarkably sober, so I'm going to go to bed while I am.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. We'll see you.
Yeah. So
I'm still going if anyone wants to fucking stay up. So whatever.
I may have to go to sleep soon.
I've got.
But
this
it was
fucking musket to go. And,
oh no! I was really tempted to make another drink, but I think I'll go to bed instead.
Well, I mean, will you not have one with me, Angry? Will you not
I've
have
had
one?
6 while we've been talking, so
Well,
So look, see, this is my experiments.
Good night, Nettie.
Slightly
Good night,
different.
gorgeous.
Good night.
Night, Nettie.
Merry Christmas.
Slightly different colors.
Happy afternoon over there in Berlin.
But I'm going to have a little taste of them, and then they go into the AIDSy bottle for a
we get
big
it together.
coffee cocktail. And then basically these are slightly different, and I got to let them finish their process. And when I decide which one tastes the best, then that's going to be the one I make a video of. But I'm only going to have a little taste. So these are going to go. So this is coffee liqueur and chocolate liqueur, and this one has a sort of spiced liqueur called Falernum in it, for an interesting accent. And this has a spiced liqueur called Allspice Dram in it. And I'm going to decide which one of those gives the most interesting flavors to it. And then that's the one I'm going to make a video of. So basically, you're going to have a very interesting cocktail, and probably there's still more than half of this. It's also a sexy bottle. I'm going to want the bottle back. It's got this black print on it, which is probably not coming through on the camera. But
No, I can see a bit of it. I can see a bit
it's a
of
pretty sexy bottle. It's kind of like it's jet black liqueur, and then as you drink it down, it reveals that there's this artwork on the bottle, which is pretty cool.
Cool.
So the Japanese place I was thinking of, I found it.
Oh, what's it
it.
called?
Ginza
Good question,
Teppanyaki
Stella.
And where is
I
it?
know that place.
on Little Burke Street.
I know.
Oh,
that place.
yeah, that's where it'd be.
I
Yeah,
know Ginza
Yep.
Teppanyaki, and it's fucking
Tomorrow,
awesome.
Stella, is
Yes.
going to be half that, 20 degrees, with 10% chance of rain.
Oh. Holy
Yes.
shit! Stella's got 40. Jesus,
Oh,
we've
yeah,
got
fuck that.
this. Fuck, it's just 20 here. Jesus.
I had to wear
Yeah,
a jacket the other
I'm-
day.
Yeah,
Fucking appreciating the
It's
shit out
fucking
of this.
cold.
yeah.
It
Very
got up
unseasonal.
to it got up to like 33 here, and my whole fucking hands blew up like sausages, and my knees are still hurting from it. And
Oh yeah, you get that moisture under your skin. What's that called?
well, it's called synaptic. Not synaptic. It's called synovial fluid. And it
It's called
happens
puckering.
in the joint capsules, and it floods the the joint capsules, and
Yeah.
it makes them puff up. And as your joint capsules puff up, so does the muscles and tendons around your feet, hands, knees, elbows, and it makes them very difficult to move and very, very painful to pick stuff up. And now, because I've had the brain damage, occasionally my hand just opens up when I'm carrying things. So it's so embarrassing. Boss of the house has made me basically have baby sippy bottles of stuff. I've got this vitamin water that I drink. Yeah. So this is just the bottle I drink. I buy the bottle and then I put water in it and then put a couple of Baroccas in, cheap Baroccas. And then basically I have to buy these bottles because they have a stop top on them.
Yeah.
And every time I
which is
stop
handy.
drinking, I have to click the stop top because I will often fall asleep at my desk because I'm working for Angry and he's a fucking slave driver.
I'm a bastard. I'm such a bastard.
Such a bastard. He's such a bastard that I cry and call him up from hospital. Please, kid, you make me do something. I'm dying of boredom. I'm gonna die. And so, because like I'll go till like 3 and 4 in the morning trying to fucking nut stuff out and trying to fucking either write jokes or write programs or fucking write plays or whatever. Because I can't go to sleep because I'm in too much pain and I can't stop thinking because I'm too much anxiety and I'll eventually what happens is my body fucking runs out of energy and I just crash. And you've all seen me do it. You've all seen me just fall apart. We lost Abigail, but I love her.
All right.
And basically, I will just keep. Commander Abigail.
Lucky that happened just before I went to bed, Abigail, so I could put you back in here.
And basically, yes.
Was it just me, or was it everyone?
It was just you.
I'll go for
No, it was
4
just you.
days without sleeping.
Okay.
And sound weird.
I made a discovery here in Elite Dangerous,
Well,
and
I can write some pretty good shit.
back to the
I just
servers
don't
must
know
have
that I've
used a lot of
written,
bandwidth.
It's a bit like Stephen King's first 16 books, apparently. He was so stoned that he had no idea that he'd written any of that shit. But it was pretty good. He said later.
That's fair.
These days,
Anywho,
however,
I'm
I'm
going
stoned
to
across a lot better.
bed. Fare thee well.
Good
So I'm
night,
turning
Angry.
off the
We
stream.
love you, Angry.
Fare thee well to everyone.
Good
in the
night,
chat.
everyone. Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Happy Hanukkah.